This on? Okay. Okay, we're going to get started now. Okay, this is a meeting of the Community Preservation Committee. Before I kind of call the roll, I just wanted, for the audience here and audience at home, this is tonight, there's only one agenda item, and it's related to training on the Community Preservation Act implementation. On behalf of the town of Watertown, we're very, very pleased to have with us Mr. Stuart Siganor, the Executive Director of the Community Preservation Coalition. This is the second presentation that Stuart is doing. We had a presentation earlier today at 3 o'clock for a lot of our executive staff. I found it very informative, and I do appreciate Stuart hanging in Watertown all afternoon and tonight. So I really appreciate that. What we will do, just as we did before, is kind of go around the room to kind of introduce yourselves. And then, with respect to the members of the general public, we'd like you to hold off on any questions till after the session. So if any of the committee members have questions of Stuart, you can certainly raise your hand. He's going to want to make this interactive. Just a little bit of housekeeping before we get going. We had sent out a notice that the next meeting of the Community Preservation Committee will be on Monday, April 8th at 7 p.m. Everyone's aware of that. Mark, I know we'll be away on or won't be available. We will set the agenda and work kind of interactive. Some of it's related to tonight's meeting, but very much appreciate everyone coming. So probably what I'd like to try to do is maybe everyone go around introducing, and then that introducing, just basically your name, and any of the Community Preservation Committee members, when you introduce yourself, I'm going to call that the roll, so that you'll be doing your own introducing anyway. So Patrick, we'll start with you as a citizen at large anyway. So.
Patrick Fairbairn, Conservation Commission.
Okay.
Kurt Kavich, from 77 Riverside Street in Watertown.
But a Community Preservation Committee member, that's so. Okay, so you're present.
Maria Rose, CPC committee member.
Representing the Conservation Commission. So.
Jonathan Bockian, CPC member at large.
Okay.
Susan Steele, Historical Commission.
Jason?
Jason Cohen, CPC member representing the Planning Board.
Bob DeRico, CPC member representing Recreation, I think.
The Parks Commissioner. Parks Commissioner.
Elodia Thomas, community member at large.
Alan
Gallagher, CPC member, Watertown Housing Authority.
Dennis J. Duff, CPC member at large.
Yeah.
David Stokes, citizen at large.
Gideon Schreiber, town planner.
Tom Tracy, town auditor, assistant town manager for finance.
Okay, so let the record show that all 9 members of the Community Preservation Committee are here. I do appreciate you coming to this meeting, and again, Stuart, I want to thank you. The presentation from 3 o'clock was really, really good, and I know everyone will enjoy this. So again, so without further ado, the agenda item that we're going to talk about now is Training on Community Preservation Act implementation. You're on, Stuart. Thank you again.
Thank you. It's good to be here in Watertown. We were very excited to have CPA pass here. You had your first go-round in 2005, which didn't go as well as the go-round in 2016, but you're far from the community that's tried it the most times. I think we've had, Hadley, I think, has tried 4 times and 0 for 4. So, but a lot of communities have had success on the second and third try, so you guys got it done, and congratulations, you're part of the program, and we're here to give you some perspective on how to run a terrific CPA program. I'm from the Community Preservation Coalition, and our organization is a nonprofit based in Boston. We're really just a combobulation of all these other nonprofits. You can see we have a nice cross-section of all the different categories of CPA, historic preservation, open space and recreation, and housing organizations. We have some at-large members on the committee. We also have 4 members from CPC committees, just like yourself. From around the state, and at the June meeting, the committee is going to most likely take a vote to double the number of community members. We're up to 175 CPA communities now, so it's time we had more representation from some of the CPCs, so you'll see an announcement pretty soon if folks want to submit an application to join us at the steering committee. It's not a tremendous amount of heavy lifting. The steering committee meets quarterly and sort of sets the affairs of the Community Preservation Coalition, and then does committee work during the off time. We just had our March meeting, actually. We're based right now at this organization. They host us, the Trust for Public Land. When we started, before my time, I think we were at Watertown Ma. I think they passed us off to CHAPA, but we've been at TPL for quite a while. I've been at the Community Preservation Coalition since 2006 as director. There's only been 2 directors, actually. The person before that, Dory Pizzella, was there from the very beginning till 2006. During that time, I was chair of my Community Preservation Committee, actually. I live up on the North Shore in Boxford, and we adopted right away in 2001, and I served as chair there until 2007. I had 1 year where I did CPA during the day at the coalition, and I did CPA at night in Boxford, and that really was a little too much. So I resigned from the committee and stayed at the coalition, obviously. The things that we do, I think, are typical of, for lack of a better term, a municipal trade association. You each come from a different committee, and you probably have a statewide trade association that represents your interests and does training. The CONSCOM person was right there. I think you have MACC, the planning board. Even the selectmen in a town have MMA, or the town council, I guess MMA would stand for. The town councils, everyone has, even the town clerks have a statewide association. So we're the statewide association for community preservation towns, which happen to be half of the ones in the state right now. And the things we do are typical of those associations. We spend a lot of our time doing technical assistance, answering questions by phone or email, and that's our biggest interaction with the CPCs, but we also answer questions really from anyone. So we figure if a community is interested in being a part of the coalition, municipal officials, residents, CPC members, we're happy to help anyone we can to the best of our ability to help with CPA. I'm going to introduce you to our website in a second because I think it'll be a terrific resource for you. Michael gave me all your email addresses, and unless you want to come up and tell me afterwards, I can remove you from the list, but otherwise, we don't bombard you with a lot of email, but we do put out a newsletter every month and a half or 2 with some good technical assistance and some bulletins on CPA if something happens up at the legislature or Department of Revenue or with the trust fund. I think probably the service that I think is most valuable to communities is our work we do on Beacon Hill. That's really something that you're not going to do individually to go up and really advocate for the statewide CPA program. And there's a lot of work to be done up there. Every session there are dozens of bills filed on CPA. I'd like to say that they're all helpful to the program, but unfortunately the majority of them probably are not helpful to the existing communities. They're usually more helpful to the communities that don't have CPA that want to make some sort of change to get the same sort of benefits. So we spend a lot of time educating legislators on how CPA works. And then we also spend a lot of time working on changes to CPA that benefit communities, that communities want us to work on. So there's been 9 amendments to CPA. They've all been positive amendments. There's never been an amendment that's passed that's been a negative one. And those 9 amendments came from communities that they requested things that most of the communities agreed with, the vast majority, and then we work on those up at Beacon Hill. We worked pretty closely with your community when they were adopting CPA, and then we do trainings and seminars and things like this. Folks always ask how we support ourselves, so I always like to explain that to people. We have 3 funding sources. The vast majority of our revenue, about 70% of it, comes from dues that CPA communities pay voluntarily. You don't have to worry about that now. You don't even have an administrative account. We're happy to help you and set you up. When you do get an administrative account next year, we will ask you if the CPC is interested in joining the coalition, and then it'll be up to you as to whether you want to do it or not. We're really pleased that 99.9% of all the communities have felt it beneficial, but it is completely voluntary, and you folks get to decide whether you want to do that or not. That forms about, like I said, about 70% of our expenses. We apply for foundation grants like all nonprofits do, and then those nonprofit partners, those organizations also help as well. We're pretty mean and lean. We're only 3 people, we definitely don't have the world's largest budget, but we make good use of what we have to get done. Just to give you an idea of how our dues work, we actually copied the MACC model from the Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commissions. They have categories of memberships based on the size of a town, so that Boston doesn't pays more than Dudley, which is a tiny little community, and we did the same thing. We base our dues in 8 categories, or I think they're 9 actually, on the size of a community's local CPA surcharge, how much money basically they pull from the trust fund, because that's the thing we spend most of our time working on up at the State House. So your CPA surcharge is somewhere in the category between 1 and 2.25 million, and the dues for that are $4,300 annually. But like I said, you don't have to worry about that now. That's something you guys can consider at a later date. So, all right. I do want to call your attention to our website because it's brand new and we're pretty proud of it. We have had, obviously, a website before, but the technology was really past its prime. And was well overdue for an overhaul. And this just launched less than 2 months ago. And there's still a couple pieces that we're still building as well, but the vast majority of it is there. And it looks very simple here, but it's a pretty extensive site. It's got 20 years worth of history on there. We keep all the data on the CPA program. There is no one at the state level that works on CPA. You won't find any state pages on the CPA pages on the state website. You'll find just a tiny bit of information on DOR's page, just about the trust fund, and that's it. There's no one that has CPA in their job title at the state of Massachusetts. There's no agency that has staff or technical assistants or answers questions or collects data. DOR has the financial data, but that's it. So people think we're a state agency all the time. We're not, and we don't get any funding from the state. But we do collect all the data on CPA, projects, adoption history, everything. And we also have a ton of information on allowable uses and technical assistance and project examples and a project database. And there's a lot in there, so I'd encourage you to spend some time on it. In particular, this tab right here called Technical Assistance, this opens up this menu that has everything that we've ever published on CPA in terms of how you operate. So how a CPC works, Community Preservation Committee, how projects happen, how allowable use decisions are made. There's just hundreds of articles and information on there on all the different pieces. So if you're going to spend time sort of learning how to do your job on the CPC, that's probably the first place you would look for the most information. All right, so let's look at, before we delve into the specifics of Watertown, just to give you a little idea of CPA across the state and how it works and how well it's working, because it has been a really hugely successful program, more successful than I think anyone really imagined it would be. These are the numbers through the end of last year, so they're almost a year old now at this point. We update those once a year when we get the information after communities put it in their database once a year. In the category that has the largest number of projects by far is historic preservation. There's been about 10,000 total projects, and about half of them are in that category. That's not the largest category money-wise. The money actually rolls up pretty evenly in all the categories statewide, but historic clearly has half of all projects, so it's a very, very popular category. We're zeroing in on 30,000 acres of open space that have been protected, either through easements or direct purchases or agricultural preservation restrictions, watershed restrictions, all sorts of ways that communities protect land. This is the hottest category by far of CPA, outdoor recreation. We're going to talk about that in a little bit, but there were some changes, one of those amendments, one of those 9 amendments, was made in 2012 in a very large package of amendments to CPA, and it really made the recreation category a lot more useful for communities, particularly urban communities, because before 2012, you could not fix up existing parks, playgrounds, and athletic fields. You could only buy new ones or build new ones. And most communities wanted to fix up the ones they had because there just is a lack of capital to do that in most communities' budgets. So we advocated for that. It took 5 years to make that change at the legislature, but we were successful eventually. And that category has really taken off since then. I think there were probably only between 400 and 500 projects in the first 12, 13 years of CPA that had happened in that category. It was really sort of a broken category. Things were not happening the way the legislature intended, and I think that's why they let us make a change there in that category that we had advocated for. And then lastly, affordable housing, which is a really difficult category because of the cost of affordable housing, the political ramifications, the complexity of it. It's a difficult category. By far, it's the most time-consuming and complicated category for communities, but we have been successful with over 15,000 units of housing that's either been built from scratch or supported in some way with CPA. So when you roll up all the money, both the local money and the state match, it's over $2.1 billion, which is pretty impressive. I think people don't realize how large a program it is. When you think about what had to happen for that to occur, this is the map of Massachusetts with the CPA universe on the day you guys adopted. And of course, you adopted by going into the voting booth, and a majority of the voters voted to raise their own taxes voluntarily. And think about that for a second. In 175 other communities, the same thing happened. People walked into the voting booth and voluntarily voted themselves a tax increase. In many of those communities, they had never done that before. When Boston voted for CPA, they had never had an override in their history. Springfield, Chelsea, Holyoke, a lot of these communities had never, ever voted for a tax increase over Prop 2.5. So it's a pretty amazing thing to think that every green community on this map had voted voluntarily, and that shows you how much people believe in the quality of life issues that CPA represents. So this is a snapshot in time. This is what the map looked like on the day you voted CPA. There were 16 communities in yellow that were voting that day, and you'd think, CPA had been around for 15 years at that point. It was signed into law by Governor Cellucci in 2000. So you'd think by then, most of the people who wanted to adopt it probably had adopted, and you wouldn't expect that there would be a ton of interest anymore in new communities. And there you go. That was the single largest day in the history of CPA for adoption. Never before did we have 16 really large communities like that voting on CPA, and they were all pretty darn large. Pittsfield, Springfield, Holyoke, Boston, Chelsea, Watertown, even the towns that voted were large towns. Rentham and Billerica is a huge community in terms of size, population, and money. Those are large towns. Rockland. So it was an amazing day, and also the fact that 11 of the 16 passed is pretty impressive as well. But CPA usually wins more than it loses, a lot more usually. The 5 that didn't win, I successfully did this afternoon. Let's see if my memory's still good. Palmer, South Hadley, East Bridgewater, Danvers, and Amesbury were the 5 that didn't pass. And the other 11 all passed with you on November 16th. And I've been to the 10 others. This is the final training that I've done of all the new communities that adopted with you that day. So this is the current map. And we've started separating out the cities in orange. The towns are still in green. Because since those changes were made in 2012, the real activity for CPA has been in cities. There have been actually not too many towns that have adopted since then. CPA was really a town-suburban thing in its first years, and there was some criticism of the program for that. It was more difficult for communities that were dense and urban and had a wide socioeconomic status of voters. It was more difficult for them to adopt CPA, and some of the rules of CPA weren't quite in their favor. I mean, you don't have a heck of a lot of open space to buy, right? And The rules back then required that you reserve 10% for buying conservation land. I mean, what were you going to do with that money? What was Cambridge doing with that money? So those were a package of changes made in 2012 that brought in all these cities that you see in orange. And that was important because the legislature really wanted CPA to be equitable. They didn't want it to be just a suburban, more upscale community program. They really wanted it to be available to anyone that wanted to adopt across the state. And that's important because they're the ones that control the future of CPA. They're the ones that decide if more money goes to the trust fund or if changes get made to the program that communities want. So they created the program, and it's really important that it reflects what their vision of the program will be. So it's been terrific to have all these new communities in on the program, but it also creates a problem with the trust funds. So let's talk a little bit about the money part of CPA, which is where I always start the meat of the program, because as Tom knows, everyone's always interested in the money. So CPA, the engine behind the program, is a true trust fund. I'd like to say that that map would be filled with 175 communities if you were just voting on your local surcharge money and there was no money coming from the trust fund, no matching money. I don't think too many communities, honestly, would have voted CPA. The match is really important. It's not as important as it was before when it used to be 100%. That was a huge incentive for communities, but it's still pretty important. And it's the, I call it the engine that makes CPA go. And it is a true trust fund. It's administered by the Department of Revenue, and it does not, it's a misnomer for a lot of people think that it just comes out of the state budget like the rest of the state money does, but it is an off-budget item. It is a funding source that every program in the whole Commonwealth would love to have. Every human services program, every environmental program, everyone would love to have a funding source like CPA has, very honestly, because it is a dedicated fee that goes directly to the trust fund, and the only thing the legislature, or the only thing Department of Revenue can do with that money is to pay it out as a match to the CPA communities every November. The money from that trust fund, as I said, does not come from the state's budget. It comes from a special fee that was created by the legislation in 2000 at the Registry of Deeds. Every time someone files a piece of paper at the registry, a deed, a mortgage discharge, a municipal lien certificate, declaration of trust, an order of conditions from the CONSCOM when someone wants to build their deck, they pay a fee at the window to record that document. And embedded in that fee, it's not even separately itemized, I don't even know it's there, but embedded in that fee is $20 for the CPA trust fund. On most documents, municipal lien certificates are that $10 figure, everything else is $20. So if you pay, if you are recording a deed, which I think is $125 maybe, or maybe a deed is $225 and a mortgage is $125. When you step to the window, you pay the $125, but actually it's $105, and $20 is the CPA surcharge in that. And that goes right to the Department of Revenue to go into our trust fund. So that's the money that's used. It gathers up throughout the whole year from activity at the real estate, at the registries, and they count it up at the end of October every year and send you a check in November. And they send you a check based on the amount you collected locally the previous year. So this year, there was enough money in the trust fund to give everyone a 13.8% match from what they raised the previous year locally. So if you raised, $100,000 locally, you got a $13,800 check. I did that math right, didn't I? Okay, Tom's going to check me here. So everyone understand that concept? It's a percentage of what you raise locally. And everyone on the first round gets the same percentage. But you can see how this works. Boston raises $20,000 locally, so they got 13.8% of $20,000. Gosnold raises $5,000 locally. They got 13.8% of $5,000. Anyone know where Gosnold is? Everyone know where Gosnold is? Cuttyhunk. Who said Cuttyhunk? Very good. Yeah, it's right here. This is Gosnold, and they are a CPA community, believe it or not. And I had to take a little power boat out there to do my training out there with Gosnold, 50 people went to town meeting and voted for CPA. I think the vote was 50-0. And they get $5,000 from CPA every year. There is a round 2 and a round 3, but it's only available to communities that adopt it at 3%. You adopted at 2% of your tax base, so you don't figure in that. So you got from the trust fund 13.8%. Now, we've been advocating at the legislature for 10, 12 years or so for them to increase these fees. They've never been adjusted. It's the same $20 that existed when Governor Cellucci signed CPA in 2000. So far, we have been unsuccessful in convincing the legislature to take that vote to increase a fee. It is very hard to get the legislature to take a vote to increase a fee or a tax. That's a difficult vote. We understand that. But they do understand how critical CPA is to their constituents and their communities. So about 6 years ago, they began giving CPA money from the state budget surplus. They calculate that on October 31st when they close the state books every year. If there is a surplus, and we have been successful in lobbying them to put it in their budget earlier in the year, it flows to CPA. It's not statutorily required like the trust fund money is, but we've been pretty successful the last 6 years. 4 of those 6 years, we've been successful in advocating for surplus money, and it's added up to $56.4 million. So not an insignificant amount of money that's been split among the communities. And last year was one of our successful years. We started in January, and we worked right till October 31st, and we were able to get them to follow through on their promise for the extra $10 million, and that brought the match up to 19%. So you folks received a check last year, your first check of $367,395. That was your first match, and $100,000 of that came from the extra money that came from that surplus. So that's pretty good, but it could always be better. And there's 2 ways to look at this, right? In the beginning, the first 6 years of CPA, when my town joined early and a lot of the other towns, the match was 100%. So from that perspective, 100%, now the trust fund can only bring in 13.8%. That doesn't look so great, does it? From the other perspective, did any of you get a 13.8% consistent return on your 401k or at the bank? Guaranteed, you put it in, and 365 days later, it generated actually 19%, didn't it? So from that perspective, it looks pretty good. So, it depends upon if you're, like I said this afternoon, a pessimistic person or an optimistic person. Is the glass half full or is it half empty? But certainly, no matter whether it's 19 or 29 or 39, there's always room for improvement, and this is getting kind of low. It's a little scary, frankly, because I think it won't be as valuable. People will not feel it's as valuable to their community if the match gets much lower than this. So we're really working very hard, excuse me, on fixing that. Every March, DOR puts out an estimate of what they think the trust fund will be this coming November, and they just issued their trust fund estimate last week, and they're predicting an 11.5% match this coming November. That does not include any money from the surplus. So far, the budget process is just beginning for the state. The governor is the only one who's done his budget, but we were successful in getting $10 million in the governor's budget. The House has to agree, the Senate has to agree, then the governor has to sign it, and then there has to actually be $10 million left over for us to get it. So it's a long way from happening, but we keep bird dogging it all the way through. So this figure is, they can only estimate without the surplus money, because you never know if that's coming until the last minute. Any questions on the trust fund? Yeah.
Not necessarily so much about the trust fund, but I am curious what Watertown actually collected last year through the tax levy portion of it.
Oh, the local surcharge money? Okay, I have that right here. In FY18, you collected $1,932,150. So that was your local surcharge revenue. So you collected that in FY18, and then Tom sent a note to DOR saying, we collected $1,932,150, send us our match. And then 4 months after the fiscal year ends, they calculate it and send out a match to everyone. So you get your match 4 months after the fiscal year ends. It's revenue to this fiscal year. You physically got the check and deposited it in your account during FY19. So the 367, your match, is revenue to FY19, but you got it based on what you collected in FY18.
And it's 1.5%, you said, right?
2% is your surcharge.
That's 2%.
Yeah. It's 2% of your tax base.
Should know that, it's on my tax bill.
Yes. Well, a lot of people have their mortgages, their taxes escrowed, so they don't actually even see their tax bill. But the law actually says it has to be separately itemized on the tax bill, so you can actually see it.
On the tax bill.
Yeah,
So our first check was just this past October, November?
correct. Yes.
So it has to be for one full year. When did we start collecting? It's been so long since we voted. What was the first date that we started paying?
Beginning of the fiscal, it's all done by fiscal year, so July 1st, 2017, right, was when you collected your first. So FY18, which began July 1st, 2017.
So the tax bills that we do August 1st and 17 had the first one.
Okay.
Did you get it right on the very first tax bill?
Yeah, we were advised to get it on the first.
Yeah, great. A lot of communities don't do that, so you guys are on top of it. A lot of them, the first two bills are estimated, and a lot of them don't get their act together to do that, and they wait until the actual bill, which is the third quarter bill, and then it's twice as much. They have to catch up, so it looks twice as much as it actually is, and people get a little perturbed because they're catching up on the first two bills that were not billed. So
Tom does a great job.
kudos to you.
That's why we did it. We didn't want to answer the phone calls.
Yeah. Actually, you're one of the few communities, honestly, that has been able to do that. I'm surprised at how many communities just could not get their software programmed and get it together to get it on that first tax bill. So that's terrific that you guys got that done. Because it is a little scary for your first time you're ever seeing the surcharge on your tax bill, and it's twice as high as everyone told you it was going to be. So,
I didn't even notice it, but the mortgage company pays the bill.
yeah, it is. I mean, I'd like to say that property taxes are really low in Massachusetts, and the CPA piece is, would stand out, but, it's a pittance compared to what our property taxes are here in Massachusetts. This $10 and $20 fees adds up to a lot of money, the trust fund. It used to add up to even more. In the beginning of CPA, the very first year they collected revenue, it added up to $53 million. Think about how many $10 and $20 pieces of paper had to be filed to add up to $53 million. The second year was $46 million. We had 37 tiny communities that adopted CPA the first year, and there was $56 million available as the match. Now, you can't get more than 100% of what you raise locally, and the rest of the money stays in the trust fund and carries forward. So at one point, the trust fund had built up a huge balance, but after 6 years, it immediately went away, and the match started dropping dramatically. The trust fund revenue has been cut in half. So it's hovering between $24 and $27 million for the past 6, 7, 8 years. And that's because, if you think about what was happening in the real estate market back in 2002 and 3 and 4, that was the subprime lending time, the house flipping time. We paid for that with a big recession. It was an overheated market. People were flipping houses. Interest rates were plummeting. You'd refinance in January. The rates would drop 2 points. You'd refinance again in June. They'd drop another 1.5 points. You'd refinance in November. All that real estate activity, all that refinancings created $56 million worth of revenue at the trust fund, and 53 and 46 the next year. And the year after that, I think, was 37 or 38. So there's not anything like that in terms of volume at the registry anymore, in terms of volume of filings. As you know, there's very little inventory on the market. Prices are great, but CPA is a flat $20 fee on the deed or on the mortgage. So there's very little inventory on the market, and interest rates, what direction are they going? They're going up, right? So if you could refinance, you probably did it back when interest rates were low. So the trust fund, it's been cut by half, and what's happened to the number of communities? It's gone way up. So I use the pie example all the time. You got a big, gigantic pie, and you make 37 slices out of that pie. Everyone gets a nice big piece of pie, and they have a little extra to take home because they can't even eat it. and then you get a smaller pie and you're asked to slice it 175 ways, and you're going home hungry. So it's something that definitely needs to be addressed, and it is our main focus. It has been our main focus. I had hair when I started that focus, and back in 2007 when we first started that bill. It keeps me up at night, and gosh, I hope we get it done soon. But we have great sponsors at the State House. Senator Cream, right down the street from Newton, is our longtime Senate sponsor. And we have a brand new House sponsor this year. Our longtime sponsor, Steve Kulik, retired. And Representative Ferrante from Gloucester is our new House sponsor. And the bill would raise the deeds recording fee to give everyone about a 40% match, maybe a little bit more, in 2020. Be a one-time adjustment in that fee. The Senate has actually passed our bill twice. Each of the last 2 sessions, they passed our bill. The governor was asked about it at a conference of housing professionals in October, and for the first time ever, he said if the bill was sent to his desk, he would sign it, which was huge. So the House is what we're working on right now to bring them on board. So 12 years, 2 out of the 3 branches of government, so it's a slog, but we are definitely making progress. And you will definitely be asked to, if you know your legislators, you have 2 terrific state reps in particular, all revenue bills have to start in the House. So the House is always where our bill starts. And, we do ask folks to get involved at different cadence points throughout the process. So you'll hear from us. Those are the bill numbers, by the way, Senate 1618 and House 2463. We did terrific with co-sponsors. Probably one of the largest levels of co-sponsorship of any bill at the State House. I do know that the bee pollinator bill has more co-sponsors than ours. The bee people were all over that State House. Maybe they were like threatening to release the bees in the State House, and that's why they got so many co-sponsors. I don't know. But 130 is huge, and it probably is, if not the second highest, it's up there in terms of numbers of sponsors. Someone had a question in the back?
Who's the chairman of the Revenue Committee on the House side?
The Revenue Committee has a new chair. There were a lot of retirements last session, and a lot of the people who retired were a lot of our big, longtime sponsors, unfortunately. And a Revenue chair used to be Jay Kaufman from Lexington, who was terrific for CPA and always moved our bill right through the committee quickly. We have a new House sponsor, Mark Cusack from Braintree. Braintree has CPA, and Representative Cusack has been a big fan of CPA, which is terrific. And there is a new Senate sponsor as well, and the name escapes me. I'm sorry, I knew that earlier today, and it'll come to me. But there are 2 new chairs on the Revenue Committee. So, and that's where our bill was assigned. So, all right. So let's talk a little bit about a Community Preservation Committee, now that you got sort of the big picture view of CPA across the state, which is important to have. You are in your first year of a CPC, and your first year will look very different from subsequent years, because the law requires you to assess the needs of Watertown for community preservation. And that's a process that you folks figure out. All it says in the law is you have to assess the needs, you have to hold a public hearing, talk to all the other boards, review the other plans, and write a community preservation plan. So it's pretty broad in terms of what it says. And communities do this a variety of different ways. Some hire outside consultants and have big, huge visioning sessions, and get food and have a day-long session in a big conference room on a Saturday and bring all people from the community to sort of do whiteboard exercises to sketch out different things that the community wants from CPA. Others hire a consultant to write the plan. Some turn to their planning departments to do it. Others, the CPC volunteers take it on and write it. So that'll be something that you'll have to discuss and figure out the way you want to get that plan done. I will tell you that there have been 170 some odd plans before you. They do tend to look a little bit similar. There are some great ideas out there. There's nothing wrong with, beg, borrowing, and stealing a great idea. And we have examples of really terrific plans on our website, and we try to get them all in a Word doc format so you can easily cut and paste. No need, you're all volunteers, and you all have most of you have other committees you're on, so no reason why not to get a head start and get some guidance from what other folks have done that's really good in the past. Yeah, Jonathan?
Does the coalition maintain a list of consultants who have worked on community plans?
I wish that list were a broad list of people, but you don't even have probably the minimum number of people you need to have for the bidding requirements, which is you have to get 3 different bids. I don't think there are even 3 people out there who've done it. So no, unfortunately, there's just.
I don't know who those 3 people were. We could ask you.
Yeah, But I said I don't even think. I think I only know one. It's not that common to hire from the outside. A few communities have done it. I know some of them hired their regional planning agencies to do it. I don't know, you're MAPC, aren't you? Yeah, I don't think anyone's hired MAPC, but some of the communities have hired in the southeast portion of the state and the western part of the state. They've hired their regional planning agencies. I don't know if MAPC does that. Boston wrote their own plan. Yeah, their staff
Of course.
did it, and so did Somerville wrote their own plan. There are, most communities, not most communities, maybe 2/3 of the communities have administrators, helpful staff to help. A lot of them don't have it in the beginning when they're writing their CPA plan, but some of the very big communities did hire someone actually right away. And there are only, I think, 3 or 4. Actually, I can only remember 3 this afternoon, but there are 4 that have full-time administrators. I forgot Somerville. So Somerville, Boston, Newton, and Barnstable are the.
I work for the city, and we have a great administrator.
You have an awesome administrator. The longest tenure, I think, of any CPA administrator. So we hope she's lasts as long as Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but I hope she doesn't retire. Yeah, I hope she doesn't retire.
Stuart, do you break those communities out by size, in terms of population or square miles, so that we could compare similar communities in terms of what they've done for their plan?
We only have 5 or 6 on our website. So what we wanted to do is, some of these plans are pretty extensive,
Right.
and CPA can be pretty complicated, and I'll be honest with you, if you look through some plans, sometimes there's things in there that aren't quite right. Everyone's writing these plans when they first adopt CPA, so they may not understand it as well as they should. So we only wanted to put up plans that were perfect.
Perfect, okay. Correct me if I'm wrong on this as well, as what I've read from the plans in various communities, most times the committee takes on the initial job of putting this together, and it's later on that they hire an administrator or a part-time person to assist, because now they know what they're doing. They have some sense of what the goals are.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. I think it's happened a lot of different ways.
Okay.
So, Tom, would it be possible to get a drink of water, do you think, somewhere there? That'd be great. Thank you so much, since Tom has seen the presentation before. And if there's anything you want to bring up about finances while Tom's out of the room, this is a ruse to get him out of the room if you want to do anything. Okay, so when you do this plan, it's really not designed to reinvent the wheel. You look at all the other things the city's done. So do you have an open space plan, housing plan, master plan?
Yeah, we call it a comprehensive plan.
There you go. So these are the things that you look through and pull out the relevant sections of that. You'd also want to talk to all the other boards and committees in town, get their thoughts on community preservation and what priorities have been overlooked in that area. And then you have to have a public hearing. Sorry about that. I've been talking a lot today. The public hearing has to be advertised in the paper for a couple weeks ahead of time. And that's the chance for the public to come in and talk to you about what their ideas are on community preservation. Some communities really make a big deal about their public hearing. Food always attracts people. It's always a good hook to get people to come in and talk to you. Sometimes the public hearing is not very well attended, so it's really up to you as to how much effort you want to put into that. Yeah.
So I have a question. The public hearing you're referring to, that's different from the, let's say, monthly meetings that we're going to set up, hearings for the committee.
Yes, so there's a public meeting and a public hearing. A public meeting is what you're going to have every month. Thank you, Tom. Been talking a lot today. So a public meeting is a meeting that your committee is conducting in an open forum that anyone can watch, but usually it's only the committee members that talk among themselves. They don't have to recognize the public. They often do let the public talk, or they have a section where they let the public talk, or they let the public participate, but that's up to the committee. That's a public meeting, and that's what, there are hundreds of those throughout the year, A public hearing is the same thing as a meeting. It's posted, it's the same committee and that sort of thing, but in that case, the main item on the agenda is to allow the public to talk. And it has to be advertised in a certain way so that everyone knows about it, and anyone can come. And everyone that comes needs to be given an opportunity to talk to the committee. So CPA requires one public hearing a year. It does not say anything about how many meetings you have. That's completely up to you.
Or the format of those meetings, presumably, right?
Or the format of those meetings. I mean, there's something called the open meeting law that has certain rules about meetings, and most communities have a tradition of how they conduct meetings, usually Robert's Rules or the town meeting time, which is the other guidebook that communities use. Yeah.
Just to clarify, you're talking about the actual CPC, but if, for instance, they wanted staff to have a public meeting that was about conversation around community preservation priorities, in order to have the public come into more of a, like an open house to learn about what the CPC is. I assume you could also, you can advertise that like a standard public meeting of them, but it's a different format than like it doesn't have to have the podium, and it's a hearing model for the brainstorming session, or like we've had with different planning processes. I assume that there's the CPC committee, and then there's the community meeting formats, and you could, I assume.
Sure. I mean that's the requirement, the bare minimum. You can do anything you want on top of that. And some communities have more than one public hearing. Some have one at the beginning of the process every year to get the input from the public, and then they have one more right before, when they finalize their slate of recommendation projects, they have a meeting to present all their projects to the public right before they send them to the legislative body. That second one is not required, but a lot of communities do that, so it's up to the CPC. Yeah, Jonathan.
We wanted to get examples from you of how CPCs have basically educated their communities about what the CPC is and how a lot of the stuff you're going to tell us tonight, and in terms of allowable uses and so on. Do you have information about models that other cities and towns have used to educate the community?
We have a little bit. On that technical assistance page, actually one of the newer articles is a public outreach article that we put together and pulled some samples from other communities. I'll be honest, one of our Achilles heels in our database is local, not planning documents, local implementation documents, like what a community uses, what a CPC uses as their internal documents and in-town handouts, because communities just are not very good about sending those to us. And with a two or three, we were actually two people for the longest time. Then we got another half person, and then we got a third person. It's hard for us to collect all that data, and communities just are not very good about sending it. So that is one of the Achilles heels of the only Achilles heel of what our database is. It's not super robust on samples of things from internal documents from communities.
Question on the
Yeah.
So is that something we do once and we pull it together, and it could be us doing it ourselves or however we choose to do it?
Mhm.
And then we have a public hearing to get input on that draft plan before we finalize it. And then the next public hearing that we have is just when we have a slate of projects that we want to fund?
That's optional.
Oh,
That second public hearing is completely optional. I was just giving you as an example of some communities do have a second public hearing that year at the end of their process when they are explaining their recommended slate of projects. Others don't feel they need a public hearing there because they're going to come in front of the council and present their projects. So, that's obviously a public televised, meeting as well, if that's the way your process works here in Watertown. Beyond that one public hearing to get input from the public on what they feel are the priorities that you should be looking at, the rest is up to you as to what you want to do.
Well, I'm still confused. And what's the once a year you have to have a public hearing?
Correct.
After this first year, I get it on the first year. The second year, what would be our typical second public hearing look like?
It would be, you're starting the process all over again. So you've now done a year's worth of projects probably, and you're now inviting the community again to come back and talk to you about their priorities, because things might have changed. You might have been able to build that, soccer field that the west side of town has been longing for 10 years. You might have got that accomplished the year before. And now there's the group that's been advocating for, a park improvement on the south side of town, wants to come to talk to you and said, well, our turn's next. We want to come talk to you about moving that project up as a priority.
Preservation plan, a living document that you
Yes,
you update?
it is. You're jumping ahead one slide.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's all right. So yes, you create, the first year you spend a lot of time because you're creating it from scratch, and you have a public hearing to get input, and then every year you have a public hearing again, and you update your plan.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
So I'm confused between a community preservation plan and how I thought this worked is community members can submit wish lists or a wish list project.
That's later on in the presentation. That's an application.
Be quiet.
Yeah, that's okay. I saw another hand, yeah.
Typically, in the first year.
You need to use your microphone because I can't hear you on the recorder and we can't hear you in the room.
All right.
So that goes for everybody.
No, green means it's on, I think.
Green
Yeah.
is on.
Yes.
Typically, in the first year, how many meetings does the new community, this new CPC meet?
Oh, that's really all over the map.
It is, okay.
Yeah, I think, once a month, I think is probably the most common, but I've seen lots of communities have meetings twice a month. I don't think I've seen too many have more than that. Maybe in a short period of time, right when they're preparing their final votes on projects, they might have, 3 meetings in a row and talk about all the open space projects one week, and the very next week talk about all the housing projects, and the very next week vote on all the historic projects, something like that. That crunch time right at the end. But typically once or twice a month is what we see CPCs meeting.
Okay, so that's the full committee. Are there working committees typically?
There can be, if that's the way the CPC decides to structure themselves. I don't see that too often, though,
Okay.
honestly. But for doing the plan, that's not a bad idea. If the committee decides to do the plan themselves, that's actually a great idea. You could say, you 2 or 3 people are going to work on the open space portion of the plan. You're going to work on the housing piece, and you're going to work on the historic piece. That would be one way to do it, and then work in little subgroups and then come back together. That's a pretty interesting idea, actually. That's a good idea. Yeah.
So at the risk of jumping ahead, and tell me if this is covered later on, but would the community preservation plan be sort of, by design, non-specific as pertains to projects? Like, to keep it a living, if it's really a living document, but it's very specific, it's going to be constantly
Right.
almost rewritten every year. Right?
We tried to give a good sample, and you'll see the difference in some of these plans. I mean, some are, very thin boilerplate plans, and others are very specific, gigantic tomes. So it's whatever you folks want it to be. There really is 175 answers to that, because they're all very, very different. A lot of them pick up the same language in different places, but they are very different. It just depends upon your needs. The law does not get more specific than what I said. Pretty much what's on this slide is what it says. And other than that, it's really up to you as to how you want to do that plan. I think it probably is going to be difficult in your first year to get down to that project level. It's probably more like when you get to the housing discussion and reading all the housing plans, you might say, the priority seems to be, we have a dire shortage of senior housing, and that should be a slight priority over, a family housing. We have a greater need for really low income levels, and not as much need at the 80 to 100% level, or the opposite. We have our low income covered, but we really have a need for workforce housing. There just doesn't seem to be enough for folks in the 80 to 100% category. So those kind of broad themes probably I see more often.
So the real issue is how specific that plan is and how you actually use that plan in setting priorities and reviewing applications later on.
Right. Yep, and that's up to you. I honestly, I'll be very honest, some people do the plan as a pro forma, as a matter of requirement, and then put it up on a shelf and pull it down the next year, redo it, and put it back up on the shelf. And let their process be very much just driven by what applications they receive. Other committees are much more interested in really the big picture of community preservation in their community, and really try to take that plan to heart and put together a slate of recommendations every year that really address that plan.
And then take their decisions according to that, to those priorities?
Yes, if that's what you choose to do. It's up to you.
Isn't it more common to have like a broad set of goals, like you were saying, and that way you don't stifle what applications might come forward? Because the broader you make your, statements in the plan, the more variety of projects will come forward.
Yeah, I've never seen a plan stifle the applications, because honestly, if you think that everyone who's applying for money has read your plan, you probably are probably dreaming a little bit. I'd like to believe that they read your plan, but
So it is just a formality.
yeah,
that you have to do
the
this
reality is that no matter what your plan says, you folks, are going to want to probably pay attention to your plan in terms of what you recommend, but in terms of the applications you get, if someone wants, something to be done, they're probably going to submit an application no matter what your plan says. That's my guess. So, yeah, Jonathan.
But on this, so it's up to us. If I'm not mistaken, some plans designate oh, thank you. Sorry. So in this theme of it's up to us, as I understand it, some plans do designate that the committee has decided that for the coming year, a certain percent will be in, this category of use, and a certain percent will be
Great
in that
question.
category
Yeah,
of
so
use.
Jonathan's asking, does the plan identify ahead of time what percentage of the funding is going to the different categories? And Jonathan may be asking that because you folks are pretty close to Somerville and Cambridge. So of all the 175 communities in the state, I can count on one hand the ones who predetermine how much money is going to go into each category. Cambridge happens to put 80% every year in housing. They actually don't do that in any sort of document in writing. The CPC and the City Council decide that every year, and they just so happen every year they have decided 80% into housing. In Somerville, they did it in a much formal process. They talked about it for a long time, and the CPC voted that 45% would go to housing, and I forget the other amounts, and they just changed it. It should be something that is, changeable, because needs and priorities change as you fund things along the way. I think they just raised the housing to 50%. And I think Bourne may have something about open space, and Provincetown did have, for very specific reasons, which I won't get into, and they got rid of it. They had a high percentage for housing because they already had a land bank, which was taking care of their open space. It's not common, and it's not common because I think it really, handicaps yourself in terms of, what you're going to be doing. But it is certainly an option, and Somerville, it was very clear that the housing advocates were the ones that ran the campaign in Somerville. It was all about housing. I think it was part of the reason for passing CPA. So it really made sense for them. It was really a hue and a cry for that to be a main focus of CPA in Somerville, but that's pretty rare. But it's an option.
I thought I read, though, in one of the documents, it might have been the actual CPA text, that it was something about a minimum of 10% for each of the categories.
Yep, we're going to get to that. Yep. All right, so ongoing requirements, as I said, you have another hearing at the beginning of the next fiscal year, or calendar year. It says once a year. It actually doesn't say once every fiscal year or once every calendar year. So you decide what that schedule is going to be and then stick to it. You update your plan. The other major ongoing thing that you do is, Tom will send you account balances periodically of how much money you have in your different accounts, how much is in your reserve accounts and all that, and you want to monitor those and make sure you know what you have to spend, because when you do your recommendations, you're going to want to make sure that it jives with what he says is in your accounts. You don't have to do your own account keeping or that sort of thing. You have someone who does that for you. And these are your two real reasons for existing here. This is the heart of what you do. You prepare a budget every year to send to the city council, town council. I'm going to say city council a lot. Sorry, and you make project recommendations. We actually made this presentation gender neutral between towns and cities. We always say legislative body, so maybe I should stick to that. All right, so I want to talk about the annual budget a little bit. So most communities do it at the same time as the regular spring budgeting in a community, but it doesn't have to be done that way. A few have decided that they want to be at a different time of year than all that craziness that happens during the budget process. So we have a couple that do it in the fall. Spring is the time for the regular general budget, and then CPA projects and budgets are done in the fall. That's up to the community to decide how to do it. You have to get it done before the tax rate is set, and because you have a crackerjack staff here in Watertown, you set your tax rate really early, so it might be a little bit of a challenge to do something in the fall. But that's something you certainly can discuss. The budget is something that you have to recommend going forward every year to the legislative body. So you prepare the budget, your municipal officials help you with the figures, to the top line figures, you fill in the blanks, you vote on it, and then you send it off to the city council to ratify. And to start your budget process, you need to start with the estimated amount of money that you expect to receive in the next fiscal year. So you're going to start working very soon on your FY20 budget. The city's already working on its FY20 budget. That fiscal year begins July 1st, and you folks need to do an FY20 CPA budget. They're doing their budget, and now the city will have sort of two budgets every year. A regular budget for, what's your total budget for 100 million, 150? 150. So there's going to be a $150 million city budget, and then there'll be this little tiny CPA budget every year that you guys will do. And that top line number is the estimated amount of money you're going to get from your local surcharge in FY20 plus DOR's estimate of the match. And DOR already gave that estimate of the match. It's 11.5%. You'll have to convert that to a dollar figure. And Tom will very quickly figure out what the town will receive from the local surcharge estimated in FY20. Then you'll add those two together, and then you'll have your top line number, which is going to be somewhere in the range of 2.4 million, probably. Yeah.
I'm presuming, Tom, you must have done this twice prior for this.
We're going to talk about that. Yeah, he's ahead of you. He's ahead of you and me. So I spent a lot of time working on slides to prepare that, and I come in and he's like, we already did that. Everyone get that?
I purposely asked that question
Yeah.
in this forum so that we don't have to deliberate too much because it's been done. It
Yeah.
hasn't been done twice prior.
You have a little bit of work to do, but it's not a lot of heavy lifting. So that makes sense to everyone? You get that number. So it's 2.4 million. we're going to forget it's 2.4 million because that's too tough for my brain. We're going to use $100,000 for the sake of easy math, right? So let's say the figure you got was your total budget that you anticipate receiving is $100,000. $90,000 from the local surcharge and a little pittance from your state match, $10,000. So $100,000 is your total budget that you expect to receive. So the rules of CPA, the state there's very few rules in CPA where the state law tells you what you have to do. It's really a local program, and they really leave it up to you. But the one requirement on the money is every year you must spend or reserve 10% of your total revenue in each of these three categories. 10% for housing, 10% for open space and recreation, and 10% for historic preservation. Open space and recreation share a reserve account. They are actually two different categories. Open space would be conservation land. Don't have a ton of that here in Watertown, but that is a category. And recreation would be active recreation, parks, playgrounds, athletic fields, trails, community gardens, pickleball courts. You have any pickleball courts in Watertown? The hottest thing, we are seeing pickleball courts. CPA is pickleball central. We're seeing I didn't know what it was, and all of a sudden it starts popping up everywhere. Pickleball courts. This spring, okay. You will get a pickleball request, I guarantee you. I guarantee you're going to get a pickleball request. It is taking over the world. All right, so that's a requirement, either spend or reserve. The law is not saying you have to do a project. There might not be a good project in that category. You have to spend or reserve. You can also set aside, that's a reservation, that you're not spending that. The requirement is to reserve it or spend it. You can set aside up to 5% for administrative funds. And the balance, you can do anything you want with, any category. You could put all of that toward one category, like Cambridge does, puts it all toward housing. Or you can split it up, however the applications come in. You can decide ahead of time how that's going to be spent, like Somerville does. The one thing is, if you decide to take some of this and put it in a reserve account above the required minimum, you cannot transfer it out later. So you have taken away some of your flexibility by doing that. And that's why we really don't recommend putting more than 10% in those reserve accounts, because you stuff a lot in your housing reserve account, and then the roof blows off your most significant historic building, and you want to use CPA money to put it back. You don't have enough because you put all that money in your historic account, in your housing account, rather. So just be aware that if you do put more than 10% in there, which is very rare, for that reason, you can't move it out. All right, so let's look at what the budget would be like. This is for FY20 and beyond. We're going to clean up those past 2 years, or we're going to show you how Tom already cleaned up your past 2 years. So this is what you're going to be doing very soon, maybe even at the next meeting, or the meeting after that, very soon, for FY20. You are going to start with that top line number of 100,000, and we recommend you just put 10,000 right off the bat in each of the reserve accounts. You obviously don't have any, thank you very much, Gideon. You obviously don't have any projects yet. But even in the year when you do recommend projects, for a lot of reasons, which I won't get into, it's just easier to just put the money right in the reserve account. Even if you're just pulling it out later, you create a good paper trail, and you've proven that you followed the law by doing that, by transferring that money into the reserve account. So that's 30,000, so you've got 70 left. You can ask the city council for, this is a this is a transfer. This is not an appropriation. Everyone knows the difference between a transfer and appropriation? Should I explain that? Okay. A transfer is just taking money from your checking account and putting it into your savings account. You're just moving the money around. An appropriation is spending. So it's the city council giving you permission to spend the money. So it's taking the money out of the savings account. Instead of just transferring it to your checking account, you're buying lunch with it. That's an appropriation. Is that a good explanation of a transfer and an appropriation? I did good? All right. you can ask the city council to appropriate up to 5% for administrative expenses, because you're going to want to use those. The CPC that's their expense account for things that might come up during the year. They're going to want to spend that. So that's an appropriation. We recommend that you ask the city council for the full amount. It's really tough to know what you're going to need to do during the year, especially that first year. A lot of it is due diligence on the project applications that come in. There's really no danger in getting the money appropriated because what's ever left over, it's automatically swept by the municipal officials right back into your CPA fund, and then you ask the city council to authorize a new 5% administrative budget for the next year. So that's the way most communities do it. A few will just set an actual amount. Let's say we'll set aside $35,000 every year or whatever. But that seems to be what works for most communities, and the vast majority do not spend it all. But like I said, there's no danger because it just goes right back in your CPA fund. Yeah, Jonathan.
Sorry. So these are requests that we'd make to the town council for them
Correct.
to vote on this? Okay.
You're going to prepare this whole budget. It's going to be one request. It'll all be in one CPA, FY20 CPA budget.
Okay. And is there a deadline, or you said we should do this soon, is there a deadline by which we really have to do it?
Yes, the technical deadline is when your tax rate is set, which is in the fall. Tom usually gets it done, one of the first communities in the whole state, I think, in sometime in October, late October, early November, you said. But you'll establish a schedule, and it'll probably be the same schedule that the city does its regular taxes. You'll work that out. You'll talk about it with the municipal officials, and you'll see what works best for everybody. But it'll probably be the same schedule the city follows for its taxes every year. It works more smoothly that way. Well, I wouldn't say it works more smoothly. It actually, whatever works for you. But that's what most communities find works smoothly.
I'm a little confused because you got to do the budget way before July 1st comes. So why would we have longer to set the FY20 budget when it already would have begun that fiscal year?
Well, technically, he doesn't have to do the final budget until the tax rate is set either. That's the official deadline.
We do it in April, usually.
You can't start spending money July 1st unless there's appropriation.
Right, so they have ordinary expenses that come up every day. They get an electric bill, they have salaries that are paid on July 7th. You don't have those kind of ordinary expenses every single day. So, the final date for any budgeting in any account in Massachusetts for municipalities is when the tax rate is set. But every community does their regular budget in the spring before the fiscal year starts so they can start spending the money that day. You're not going to probably be spending too much money on the first day.
Oh.
So.
But in the future, we should follow your,
Follow it so you can.
Yeah, exactly.
okay,
Just
so
to
this
also-
first year might be a little delayed, but.
Yeah, you have time to get it done, I think.
We talked earlier at the
Yeah.
3 o'clock session, I think we will ask you to do something like a pro forma and may even revote what we did in 19 when I submitted to the tax rate to DOR for 19.
You have some updated figures because the match came in higher than you expected.
And we'll do 20 as well at the same time.
Oh, I see, okay.
But that's
I'm
not-
getting ahead, sorry.
No projects or anything else, that's a totally different.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
And we're going to see that in a second. Yeah, Gideon, did you?
Yeah, it's just that it sounds like the town's process for the budget is more complicated. So if you did the, Tom mentioned that at the last, on the 3 o'clock meeting, that it would make more sense with Watertown to have it be incorporated into the council budget so that it would be adopted at the same time because of the noticing and the hearing and all that.
Yeah, I don't know if that would apply to the CPA budget, but, that's something you guys can work on. I don't know.
Not answering, not having a lawyer or legal counsel.
Right.
We do have some requirements per our town charter for budgets, the advertisement, public hearing, 2 meetings, there's a process, and even a process for a budget amendment if we do a budget amendment, which we always do one in the fall, which kind of is really the final budget. But
Before the tax rate is set, they have to do that,
tax rate
but.
is set as part of the tax rate setting process. But we do that, and it would make sense that, and I would think that the CPA budget would also have to adhere to the council, the town charter, but that's a question for legal counsel.
All right, so, so now we're down to 65,000, right? Let's assume you asked for the 5,000 in administrative expenses. Then you have that 65,000, you could, if you had project applications that you could spend that money on, right? You'd be including that in your request to the city council. This year, you're not going to have that. So you're going to have $65,000 that you have not tucked into an account yet. You haven't reserved it, and you haven't appropriated it yet. And by municipal finance laws, any piece of revenue that you expect to receive that you don't tuck into an account, either an appropriation or a reservation, when the tax rate is set, you will lose access to that money until the town closes its books at the end of next fiscal year, until the summer after the end of the fiscal 2020 year. So, in doing a budget, if you expect to receive $100,000 in CPA revenue, you're going to want to do a budget for $100,000 and put all $100,000 somewhere. And so this money that you don't have any use for right now, you're going to request that the council move that, transfer that into a budgeted reserve. It's a silly accounting maneuver that is required, because if you want to spend that $65,000 after the tax rate is set, let's say in December or January or February, you're going to do recommend a project to the town council, it's got to come from a reserved account. Does that make sense? So if you expect $100,000, you need to do a budget and put everything into an account for $100,000 and get that budget approved by the city council, town council, before the tax rate is set. Good? All right. So that's for FY20. FY18, that was your first year in CPA. That year, your only revenue was your local revenue. You remember I said you collect your local revenue for a year, and then you state match 4 months after the end of the fiscal year? So your first year in CPA is the only year that you only have one source of revenue, your local money. Starting in the second year, and every year thereafter, you have two sources of money, your state match money and your local money. So you have that $1.9 million you collected in FY18. That's it. It's done. It's sitting in the account waiting for you, but you still had to fulfill the requirement to put 10, 10, and 10, right? $193,215. And the CPA law anticipates that you guys were not going to be organized in time to do that budget. They know that no town usually has their CPC ready to go, and so they leave it up to the municipal officials to do that, and it's already been done. So you have sitting in your accounts right now $1.93 million from FY18, and it's divided into 4 separate accounts. You have $193,000 in each of the 3 reserve accounts, and then you have what's called a fund balance account, which is everything else. That I don't know how much it is, but it's 193 times 3 minus 1.9 million. So at the end of every fiscal year, there are 4 accounts that carry forward. Your 3 category reserve accounts carry forward, whatever in them, and then everything else gets dumped into this fund balance. And that's what you start your new year with, those 4 accounts, and then you get your new revenue coming in. Jonathan?
Anything not spent from that 5% appropriation for administrative goes into that
Fund balance. Yep. There are actually a lot of things that flow into that fund balance. So you get interest on the money that's sitting in the town coffers throughout the year. It's probably not in its own little account, although some communities do that, but they're keeping track of how much interest is payable, attributable to the CPA money, and by statute, that has to be paid into the fund. So at the end of the year, they'll dump that into your fund balance, the rest of your administrative fund, any of that budgeted reserve that you didn't spend, that'll drop to the fund balance. If you only anticipated receiving $100,000 in revenue, but you ended up receiving 110 because the match came in higher because we got you extra money from the surplus, or the town collected a lot more tax money than they expected. Let's say you collect 110, that extra 10,000 will fall into the fund balance. So if someone pays their taxes 3 years late, so they're paying their, it's now FY20 and they pay their FY18 taxes, and there was a piece of CPA taxes they never paid, that's going to be dumped into your fund balance. So a lot of things go into that fund balance, and they add that up during the summer, and then they certify that amount with DOR, and that's your new opening balance for the next year. Yep.
So there's currently 4 distinct accounts, and we could have a 5th for the administrative. That's how it's done right now, or is it all just in one account?
No, it's in those 4 accounts, but you can't have an administrative account till FY20.
I understand.
Yeah.
I said it could be 5.
Yes.
But that it is distinct accounts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, and at some point in the near future, you'll get you should get an accounting of that. Probably as part of the process of doing all your budgeting and that sort of thing, you'll get a printout of those sort of things. I will tell you that the things that they print out from their system, which is the way the state of Massachusetts makes them do things, is not the most user-friendly for us that we're used to seeing stuff. So one trick that some CPCs do is they either have their administrator or one of the 9 members becomes the one person who understands that. They spend an hour with Tom and they get the lay of the land to how to read these reports. And then they transfer the information onto a very simple, easy to use layman's spreadsheet, and that becomes the CPC's version of it that they pass around at the meeting because it's easier to use. Up to you guys how you do that. You'll take a peek at their reports and then you'll decide whether they're useful to you or not. Right, your administrator would do that. But DOR really puts the handicap on the way you guys have to do things. It's unbelievable how complicated the job it is for municipal officials to do all that finance work. All right, so in FY18, that's all been done. They transferred that money, and it's all set. So I came here prepared to step you through all that process, and no need. Now, you also have FY19. The tax rate has already been set, right? In October, the tax rate was set in FY19. You didn't do an FY19 budget either. Most communities are organized with their CPC in time to do a budget in their second year, but some aren't. You're not anywhere close to the record for taking to get organized. I think West Newbury took 4.5 years before they finally got their CPC to the first meeting. So don't worry about it. They had a lot of budgeting to make up in West Newbury and some other communities. So the FY19, you actually ended up, because we got more money in that surplus money on the match, your budget actually can be updated now because you got more money than you expected. So Tom can help you guys work through doing those 3 reserve accounts and just a pro forma budget to get that money into the 3 reserve accounts for FY19. No administrative account because the tax rate's already been spent. You can't spend that money on projects if you wanted to. It's sitting in purgatory. All that money is kind of sitting there, and you'll get it back to spend and recommend to spend, when the town closes the books this summer.
Sitting there in some interest-bearing account, yes?
It's sitting in whatever the town chooses to use for its cash accounts. They don't make any special dispensation for you. It's however they do it. But if it's in an account that the town keeps its normal cash and it does earn interest, then that will be attributable to the account. They'll calculate it. So you'll see that on your report, or you should see it on your report, and if not, you'll ask. I've only seen that get followed up twice, and it was in the early days of CPA, and folks just didn't know that the interest was attributable to the account, and they went 5 or 6 years without getting any interest, and unfortunately, there was nothing that could be done at that point. But so I always make a point of mentioning it, at the beginning of the training, but it's something that folks know now. I mean, I think normally that's the way it's normally done, so folks are familiar with that. Yeah.
So in terms of your second bullet point there, that vote by June 30th of 2019.
Yep.
Is that the pro forma vote that Tom was talking about? So before then, I guess well before then, the CPC would need to vote to make the recommendation to the town council of the 10% reserves in each of the categories and the remaining 70% because it's too late to do the admin fund.
No, just the 3 reserve accounts.
Just the 3 reserve
Just the 3 reserve accounts, yep. The other money will automatically fall to your fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. So, and Tom will give you all those figures. I mean, you'll write out the order for them, right? So they can just vote on that order. So it's a very standard order. You know, you don't have much room to go there. It's a requirement of the law, and he knows how much money you expect to receive from the 2 sources, the state match. Calculate 10% of that, and that's what you're going to recommend to the city council. So no one's ever really tested the waters to see what happens if they refuse to make that recommendation. You know, what would happen? Like, you know, it's funny that the CPC has to recommend something that the law says you have to do, right? What happens if you say, we're not doing that? I don't know. But that's never happened before. So, yeah. I have a feeling Tom would just do it, which is the right thing to do. So just go ahead and make that recommendation. They all do. Everyone does. All right. So you'll be all caught up very soon, and you'll do those 2 together, right? The FY19 and the FY20 budget. The FY19 3 reserve accounts, and the FY20 the full budget. So it's pretty simple this year. Next year, you know, you'll probably have projects next year, and that's when the fund begins. So, yeah.
So I have some notes that I took from the first meeting, and I think actually Tom may have given us these figures. And the first two I can understand. One was the CPA fund, one was the state match. And then there was like a $1.5 million, I might have gotten the numbers wrong, but there's like a third line item that brought it up to like 3.8 million. And I don't recall what that was.
I gave an updated numbers as far as what we've collected to date, even during this fiscal year.
Oh, so that included this, okay.
The larger amount, I updated what we had collected all of last year, the state grant, and then what we have gotten so far, received so far this year, this fiscal year.
Okay.
And that was the 3.8?
It was roughly, yeah, I forget, I mean, you got the note.
Yeah, it's 3.8 million
yeah.
this year, and it said something like 4.3 by end of year was,
I believe, yeah, I estimated what the last quarter would be.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So you will, because you have 2 years of revenue that has accrued in the accounts, there will be a significant amount of money sitting there for that first round that's available. That's not to say that you have to spend it all or that you'll even receive applications for that amount, but that's a significant amount of money that will be available for community preservation in Watertown. I should say one thing. Even though Tom calculated what's come in to date this year, there's actually no connection between the rate at which the money comes in during the year and when the projects get done. So if you folks do a budget that says you're going to get $100,000 in revenue, and then you do recommendations for projects for $100,000 in projects, when the fiscal year begins, those projects can begin. So sometimes people who are not into municipal finance think that they have to wait till the actual tax bill is collected, right? So just realize that. When the city does its budget, on July 7th, they're doing payroll after the first week of the new fiscal year, and Tom's getting paid, and everyone's getting paid, the school teachers, the fire department. They haven't collected a penny in FY20 revenue. Their first tax bills don't go out till the end of August, right? End of July. August 1st, they go at so they're at the end of July. So, the city has reserve accounts, and that's why they do that. Now, if you were going to go buy a $4 million piece of land, and recommend to the city council that they do that, and it had to be closing quick, you better be working very closely with the municipal officials so they know, to anticipate that sort of thing because they're going to be moving money around, but that's pretty darn rare. But that money is, just like the full city budget is available on July 1st, your projects can begin on July 1st, even though the city is going to collect the money throughout the year. Okay. All right, so let's move on from the budgeting world, which is the most boring part of the presentation. The administrative account. So what's an administrative account? Like I said, you can request up to 5% be appropriated, and the rest is returned. This last point is important. It is an administrative account for your committee. It is not the administrative fund for the CPA program in Watertown. And that's an important distinction. So every committee in town, the school committee has an administrative budget to run their committee. This is the things that you need to operate to fulfill your obligations as a committee. We'll talk about what those things are in a second. But if the planning department, wants to do something, some type of initiative on their own, or if Gideon spends time, working on a CPA proposal or a CPA project, he can't charge his time to your administrative budget. If the assessor collects tax money, he's collecting all the tax collectors and the assessors working on all the bills that collect that CPA surcharge money. They can't, say I spent 10 hours this week, collecting CPA money and processing exemption applications. I'm going to charge the CPA administrative account. It's not an administrative account for the CPA program in Watertown. It's just the way the law was set up. That is now part of the operation of town government in Watertown. There's not a heck of a lot to do. You guys are doing all the hard work, but there is some work to do, and that's just part of the regular tasks of the administrative officials, the same way they're doing work on all the other town affairs. So it's an important distinction. All right. So what is an administrative account used for? Well, the CPC might feel they want some help. About 2/3 of the communities do have help. Like I said, it's almost always part-time. Haven't seen too many communities have full-time help, except the ones I described. And some communities don't start off right away with help. They wait until the projects come along. That's when it really gets, when the applications start coming in. There's a lot of work to do to answer questions from applicants, to process the applications, to work on the communications back and forth between the committee and the applicants and the city council and the orders and the financial information, and making sure that there's nice flow of information between the committee and the municipal officials and everything. So, by then there might be a need for it, or you might want to start right off the bat. Of course, you can't do anything till that budget's approved by the city council and July 1st comes along. There are a couple ways you can hire administrative help. A lot of it is independent contractors, people who just work from home and have their own computer, and they have an hourly wage set by the town, and they come and take minutes at your meetings, and you assign them tasks, and they do them, and they come in once or twice a week to town hall and do the things they need to do in here, and maybe set up in the corner of some room to do a few hours worth of work, process bills and that sort of thing. But pretty much they're working on their own as an independent contractor. Other communities hire a part-time employee. Usually ends up in the planning department, sitting in that area and being supervised by the planning department people, although we've seen some in the town manager's office. We've seen some Boston's person sits in the operations department, whatever that is. And so it's a variety of different places for a town employee, part-time town employee. Other people take part-time employees that the town already has and add to their responsibilities. The one thing you can't do is take a full-time town employee and add and back out some of their time and assign CPA tasks to them, because they're already in the town budget, and you can't supplant the town money that they're being spent on that person with CPA money. That's one of the rules with CPA. No CPA money can supplant what town spending has already agreed to pay for. So that's one thing you can't do. You use a full-time person and pay some of their salary. Some communities, the planning department supports CPA and does not charge the fund. They just do it as a matter of course. I guess they probably feel it's in their best interest because they're the biggest user of CPA funds, so they feel like if they staff the CPC and help out the CPC, it's to their best interest. I forgot to talk about that this afternoon, but actually that is the way it happens a lot. A lot of communities that don't hire a person.
Parks and Recreation apply a lot.
What's that?
Parks departments apply.
Yes, and actually the Needham person works out of the Parks Department. So it's done a lot of different ways. Jonathan?
Yeah, a few questions. I know, you don't give legal advice. In terms of those freelancers, is there any issue in terms of public records law about people like, they're working at home and on CPC business, they're doing this on their own computer? Does that work out? I mean, that's...
I don't know the answer to that, but I mean, there's a way to accomplish that. I think they have to provide copies of everything immediately to be stored here at the town, right? No records can be stored outside the town. They have to be stored here at the town. So
There's some way that it's done.
Yeah, there's definitely a way to do it. I mean, because a lot of communities have freelance, but they will probably be assigned a file cabinet here, and they probably would be given a town email account, that they would be accessing. So all the email would be backed up and saved with all the town email. And any records, they might have at home as they work on them, but the official repository would need to be here.
Another question.
Tracy, what do you think that location might be? We're going to need some sort of an administrative space, a place to store things, records and so forth, and touch base with people.
Have you seen my office as far as?
Oh, I've been in there numerous times.
I think you guys have to do an addition.
Yeah, okay.
TBD,
Yeah,
to be determined.
we'll come up with something.
Yeah, and it might not be in this building. I mean, in Rowley, they operate out of the Water Department. In Needham, it's out of the Parks Department. Nantucket has their own building. It's one of the historic buildings in town that they fixed up with CPA money, and then the CPC moved in.
You can
it's...
also do a lot of it electronically now because.
Yeah, you don't need a lot. You don't need a lot.
To have an efficiently run office,
yeah,
you need to be digitally.
In my town, they had a 2-drawer file cabinet, and that's all they needed. So, you had another question, Jonathan?
Yeah, in terms of whatever the staff arrangement is it typically that this person, reports to the CPC, is under the direction of the CPC, but is, if they're an employee of the town, they're placed in some department?
Right, so they have to, if they're going to be a town employee, they have to have a home department, they have to have an official supervisor at the town, they have to go through all the, the regular town procedures, through the personnel board, all those things have to happen. But it would be the CPC that would be, assigning them tasks and supervising their work, or giving them things to do, but they would have an official supervisor at the town, who would administer their, HR requirements, their, and oversee them. I mean, someone has to be in charge of them on a day-to-day basis, but it's the CPC that they would be supporting. So it's going to be the CPC that's going to be working with them and getting those reports done and giving them things to do and asking them to do different things.
And one more on this related subject. In terms of the complying with the town system then, in terms of employment and advertising and, EEO and whatever, and in terms of procurement of professional help, presumably we'll need a briefing from whether it's Tom or someone else in town about how that is done.
There's, I'm sure, a thick manual like that, and that is going to be the process that you're going to have to use, whatever the town of Watertown chooses. I think some communities do the independent contractor route because it does seem to be a little easier for a small part-time job if it's just, going to be 10 or 15 hours a week. Maybe that is too, burdensome on both sides, on your side and on the town side. Maybe they don't want to go through all that. Head count is always a thing, even though there's going to be a funding source, it's going to come from you. But even if you're doing it as an independent contractor, there are going to be, rules about procuring independent contractors and how you get that person on board and, how they're hired and what the salary is for them and that sort of thing. So you have to, you can't do that on your own. That's something that has to be a real collaborative effort with your city.
I would suggest that they could identify what the preference would be, and then we could, through our HR and our personnel, we can provide them with the guidance of what it would be, rather than them having to learn all the ins and outs of each type of.
Yeah, I think them briefing you is probably not necessary, because you're not going to be processing the HR paperwork and that sort of thing. You don't want to be doing that, so. Yeah.
I'm wondering whether this may be coming up in your next slide, but in terms of project monitoring, so you have a handful of projects and you want to make sure they're being run efficiently. And so I assume it's the job of the CPA to make sure that happens.
Right. So we only have 2 hours together tonight. So
That's a big-
what I usually do in the training is I go through to the process, to get you up and running.
Okay.
But I don't usually get too into the project part of it, because you're so far away from that right now. So you want to have me come back next year? You're not that far away, I'll come back. But there is, and there's not a lot in the law about project implementation. That's really more of a local thing, so that it's a little different in many different communities, but there's definitely best practices and stories we have and guidance we can give you on that. I think it's probably premature to do that tonight, and if we talked about that a lot tonight, you would not remember any of it by the time you were doing projects next year, because your head's going to be spinning when you leave here tonight anyways. It probably is already, and we've only covered one of the two really complicated things. So one with the budget, the other is going to be allowable uses. So, and here it is right now, the second thing. All right, so allowable uses, what can you spend the money on? So this is the last big complicated thing that we talk about in our training. And where did my allowable uses charts go? So Section 5B2 of the CPA legislation is the part of the legislation that talks about what you can do with your CPA money. And it's a long paragraph that is very confusing. It says, the Community Preservation Committee shall make recommendations to the legislative body for the acquisition, creation, preservation of open space, and for the rehabilitation and restoration of open space that has been acquired or created with CPA funds, for the acquisition, preservation, and rehabilitation of historic resources. And it goes on and on and on. And you read that, and you have no idea what you can spend CPA funds are. And in the beginning of CPA, honestly, no one knew what they could spend CPA money on. And then DOR put it all on this handy-dandy chart, and all of a sudden a light bulb went off in everyone's head, and it made a lot more sense. Is it easy to figure out still? It's definitely not easy. 70%, I'd say, of the questions we get are allowable uses. And you're going to start, once the word is out that you 9 people are on the CPC committee, when you go to dinner at night in a restaurant, someone's going to come up to you and say, hey, you're on the CPC. Johnson Park, it'll all start with, can we use CPA funds for blah, blah, blah. And you'll start getting those questions, and they're very tough to answer sometimes. So this is a start, but it's still going to be challenging. Allowable uses is a challenge. This is the simplified version. What I've handed out to you is the official DOR version of the allowable uses chart. Unfortunately, even the official version paraphrases some of these terms. The section 2 of CPA is the definitions. That's the most important section of the law if you want to read part of the CPA law. I wouldn't do it late at night. You might fall asleep, but early in the day, read section 2. And unfortunately, like I said, they only paraphrase them on that chart. I wish they used the actual definitions. So the reason why 5B2 is difficult to understand is everyone knew the 4 categories, right? You all know what CPA can be used for, but what you don't know is that not only does it have to be in those 4 categories, but it also has to be something that can be justified by one of these 5 verbs. And this chart shows you the different boxes of where projects can fall. And when you look through a project application, and specifically the budget, what you really should be looking at is what's the money actually going to be spent on. That's what you're making your decision on in terms of allowable uses, not whether it's a good idea, but just whether you can do it or not. You're looking at the money, what is it going to be spent on? And if you can't stuff that budget in one of these boxes, it's not eligible for CPA funding. So this should be the first thing you look at when you're answering that question, can we do this with CPA money? Some CPCs blow this up on a big piece of foam core and put it up against the wall for every single meeting, or put the chart right on the beginning of the table. It's clearly the most important piece of CPA paper. You really can't even begin talking about a project at all without looking at this chart. You don't even waste your time talking about something until you go find the box on the chart that justifies it. Then you can start kicking it around. And not even every box is available, right? The legislature was good on this one. You can't create something historic. I like that. Someone was thinking, that's good. Even this category, support, is only available in the housing category. That's because the legislature knew the housing category was really hard. It is the toughest category. It's politically charged. It's expensive to create affordable housing. It's a fight sometimes. There's tons of years and years of hearings and permits and soft costs and funding and all those sort of things that have to get through. So it's the category that has the most available verbs. The legislature really wanted to give you the most tools possible to create housing. On the other hand, they didn't want communities, moving over their entire Parks and Recs budget over to CPA and calling the Parks and Recs department support of recreation. They were very careful there's a firewall between the city budget and the CPA budget. They do not mix. No CPA money can find its way either directly or indirectly back into the city's budget, supplanting what the city should be doing under Prop 2.5. If you could do the same thing with CPA funds that you could do with your Prop 2.5 city budget, we wouldn't have Prop 2.5, we'd have Prop 4.5, right? If you could do the same thing with CPA, it'd be Prop 4.5. You could use the 2.5 increase and the 2% from CPA. And the legislature was not going to allow that. All right. The important thing about stuffing a project in a box, by the way, sometimes you have to find more than one box. If you're going to acquire a historic building and then convert it into affordable housing, you're going to use this box to acquire the building, and then you're going to use this box to pay for all the work to the building to create those units in the building. And you might even use this box for all the costs. Once you create an affordable unit, you have to write the deed restrictions and all the legal costs, and then you have to do a lottery to award the units to eligible buyers or renters, and there's a lot of expenses to do that, and that would be all support of affordable housing. So sometimes there's 2, 3, or more boxes that different elements of the budget go into. And sometimes you'll see a project that's eligible, and then when you start looking through the budget, you'll see a couple things in the budget that are not eligible. Like you're rehabbing a historic building, and you'll go through this 50 line item budget to rehab a $5 million rehab of a building, and then you'll see a line item for furniture, or big screen TV for the, council chambers. Well, that's not anything to do with restoring the historic structure. There's definitions in there of things that, that are what historic preservation is. It's the structure of the building. It's not what they call FF&E, furniture, fixture, and equipment. So you really need to get budgets with these applications and look through the line items in those budgets and make sure those things are eligible for CPA funding, that there's boxes for those. Yeah.
So I'd imagine that the distinction between maintenance and rehabilitation, restoration is pretty important, but maybe a little blurry, right?
It used to be more blurry than it is. In 2012, when they made those changes, In 2012, this box didn't say yes. It said only if you had acquired or created CPA funds, like I talked about. You couldn't fix up your existing parks, playgrounds, or athletic fields. You can only buy new ones or build new ones. So when they changed that and allowed you to fix up the ones you had, the light bulb went off in the legislature's head, and they went, uh-oh, that's going to open things up to maintenance. And that is never been allowed with CPA. CPA has always said no maintenance. So they actually strengthened the definition of maintenance, and they put a definition of a capital improvement. So things have to be a capital improvement, and they can't be maintenance. So it's much clearer now. Still not perfect, but it's much clearer now. Maintenance is never allowed with CPA, and for the most part, except maybe a little bit in the housing category, operating expenses are not allowed with CPA funds. So you can build that soccer field, but you can't, fertilize it. You can't cut the lawn. You can't paint the lines. You can't pay for the refs to run the soccer league. You can't send out the mailings, to the kids who are registered with the schedules.
I guess I'm thinking more, though, in the context of historic, because as an architect, I guess the scenario I'm thinking of, if you have a copper roof or like a slate shingled roof that would fall under the category of historic preservation by the Park Service, standards for rehabilitation. That sounds like that would qualify, but if it's like a rubber roof that you need to replace after its life is over, that sounds more like maintenance. Is that something you deal with often, that?
It can be tricky. I think the definitions do help. There are schedules, from the tax codes of what things are maintenance and what things are capital improvements, and now CPA is very neatly into those two categories. So some people consult those schedules for a better explanation of that. The general consensus on roofs is that if you are making a repair, like just doing a section of it or fixing part of it that is damaged or replacing just some shingles or a section of shingles, that's maintenance. If the entire roof needs to be replaced, most communities would say that would be okay. So,
Historic building.
on a historic building, yes. That's
Not any.
That's the only place you could do it. Yep. All right, so let's just do a couple quick examples here. If you got an application to buy a piece of land to build new soccer fields, that's easy, right? You're acquiring land for recreation. The top box acquisition is usually buying a hard asset. CPA is all about land. It's all land-based stuff. It's all about hard assets and capital improvements and land-based programs. Let's say you got an application to fix up the council chambers, to redo all the woodwork and the plaster and, the chandeliers and, really bring this room back to what it was. It's actually in great shape. It's beautiful, but let's say it wasn't. And you got an application to really bring the council chambers back to its former historic glory, the photos that are in the archives, and you were going to really do a job. Would you say that's rehabilitation of a historic resource? Sounds good to me, right? These all have definitions to help you. Excuse me. Historic resource is a building, structure, vessel, real property, document, or artifact.
So even statues like Sir Saltonstall.
Yep. And documents and artifacts were actually added to the law in 2006. We advocated for that change. So we. Right, so the definition goes on. Actually, since we're talking about historic, I do get a little more deep into it in the evening session than I do in the afternoon. The historic category is the toughest one when it comes to allowable uses. It seems the simplest because there's only 3 boxes, but it's the hardest. So we actually did a historic flow chart that looks like this. To step through to help you figure out whether you can do a historic project. And when you get to the end and you figure out it's okay, it doesn't end there, because every historic project has to follow the Secretary of Interior standards for historic preservation. You don't want to replace this beautiful wood siding on the outside of a historic building with vinyl siding. And those standards are on the back. They're pretty common sense. They're not as bad as you would think, but there are some rules about doing CPA historic preservation properly. And that's a rub for a lot of cities and towns because, frankly, there's not a lot of money available in regular budgets. And historic preservation, is probably not the first priority. So sometimes on beautiful historic buildings, if the city's got to pay for new windows, it's going to be vinyl replacement windows, But when you apply to CPA for those windows, it's got to be done according to Secretary of Interior standards. So, CPA historic work is going to cost more than what the city might normally do, but that's the reason you have CPA. That's the reason you have this extra funding source, is you're going to do it right. So can't have your cake and eat it too on that. You can't do historic work on your historic buildings and do it, the shortcut way, like you ordinarily would if you have CPA. So I won't take the time to go through this because we are probably running out of time, I would imagine. It's been a long night. We are. What was your question? Did I answer it? Secretary of Interior. Oh, thank you very much, Tom. All right. So one more project example. This is a good one. I used this afternoon. You get an application to do an oral history for World War II veterans. Those extras you want me to take, or? Yeah, okay. Someone comes to the Historic Society in town or the Historic Commission, and they want $20,000 to hire videographers and studio time and editing time and tape costs to interview 25 World War II veterans that are left in Watertown. There aren't many left, and we want to get their memories of the war and what it meant to Watertown on tape, and do a little program about that. So let's go through the allowable uses chart. That's your application. The money's going to be spent on, videographer, tape, editing time, those sort of things, studio time. Are you acquiring a historic resource? Are you acquiring a building, structure, vessel, real property, document, or artifact? Nope. Are you preserving a real property, document, article, vessel, blah, 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 blah? Preserving has a definition. It's protecting the asset from injury, harm, or destruction, protecting the building, structure, vessel, real property, document, artifact. Are you rehabilitating one of those things? Not eligible for funding. What you're really doing is support. That's a great project. It's a great historic project. It really supports the historic category. But that's why this chart is so important. People will come to you all the time with projects in these 4 categories, and they think it's good enough. It's in these 4 categories. We can do it with CPA funds. Unfortunately, it can't pay for everything in these 4 categories because we have this sticky little issue of these verbs in 5B2. And that's an example of projects that are great historic projects that, might not be able to be funded because they don't fit in a box on this chart. And sometimes people want to do what we call around the office verb shopping. They get to a box that's the best box to describe the project, and they don't like what they see in that box, and then they go looking for another box which they can use to justify it. We call that verb shopping. So if one of you calls and someone does that, I might get off the phone and say, Chase, another verb shopper. You take that project and you really want to do it, and you end up here. That's support of a historic category, and you say, well, maybe preservation of a historic resource, it preserves the memory, whatever. You try to convince yourself that preservation is okay, but you really have to find the best verb and stick with it. The right verb. And stick with it, or else you're really straying into the gray area and you could get yourself in a little bit of trouble. All right, any questions on the allowable uses chart? We're almost there. Got another 5 minutes or so to hang in? Finish up? Okay. One thing I'll quickly note, you won't get to this for quite a while because you have probably more money to start with than I think any community has ever had, except for maybe Boston, frankly. But you can, if that's not enough, you can borrow against your CPA surcharge. the same way that a city borrows against its regular tax revenue to build schools, to buy fire trucks, to do road projects. You can borrow against your CPA revenue to buy a piece of land for a new park, to do a top-to-bottom restoration of a historic building. It's a lot cheaper to put the scaffolding up once and do the whole project at one time than it is to do it piecemeal over a number of years. The other project we see a lot now, since 2012, is big park projects, big either athletic complex rehabilitations or construction, or park reconstruction projects are the three things we see. Those three things are the ones we see bonded. There's actually $325 million, $350 million of outstanding CPA bonds, and over 2/3 of the communities have bonded at least once. So it's a very popular thing to do. It does ratchet up the level of approval you need at the legislative body. So the city council now needs to give you a 2/3 vote of approval on that. Everything at the CPC is a majority vote, but by state law, bonding is a 2/3 vote at the legislative body. Bonding and eminent domain are a 2/3 vote at the city council. So that's up to you folks. When you recommend a project, it's not good enough to say, you know, I move that we recommend to the town council $50,000 for the rehabilitation of the historic chambers. There was a name for this chamber, actually, wasn't there? There you go. It's not good enough to just say the project, the details, and the money. You have to identify the funding source for that. With that $50,000 to come from the historic reserve account, to come from the fund balance, to come from the FY20 anticipated revenue, to be bonded, to come from forgetting some funding sources. Budgeted reserve. If you have the budgeted, you're late in the year and you want to take it from the budgeted reserve. So there are a number of different funding sources, and sometimes you marry two, right? You have $35,000 left in the historic reserve, and so for a $50,000 project, you say to meet that appropriation of $50,000, $35,000 to come from the historic reserve account, and $15,000 from the undesignated fund balance. So often, very often, you have to use two funding sources. And that's your job to put all that together using the figures that you get from your municipal officials and probably some help from them, and make those recommendations to the city council of the funding sources. So you make the recommendation on that. So last night, you know, the town of Southwick had a big land project that they voted on, and the CPC voted to spend $500,000 from money on hand, and to ask a town meeting. It was a special town meeting. It was a really big emergency project, and land was up, and when land comes up, sometimes you got to move on it quick. And they asked for $1.2 million to be bonded and $500,000 to come from the amount on hand. So two funding sources, and it had to go 2/3 because it was bonded, and it did. It passed. Yeah.
You talked about a majority in terms of making decisions on the CPA. Is it a simple majority?
Yes.
It is.
Oh, yes. She asked what the vote is on a CPC for projects or any decision. It is a simple majority at the CPC level, and a simple majority at the council, except for bonding and eminent domain. And one thing I didn't mention this afternoon that's a good point to remember about fiscal management. It's a best practice. It's not in the law, but we recommend when you're talking about funding sources that you always drain down your reserve accounts first. So when you're looking to, now you've picked all your projects you're going to do, now you're matching them up with your funding sources. And if you have, you know, $330,000 in your historic reserve, use that money first. Drain down that to zero, and then dip into your undesignated money for the other historic projects. Because for us, it seems like the goal of money management with CPA was to leave as much money in the undesignated fund as possible, because that gives you the most flexibility. That's just a recommendation or a best practice. You can do it any way you want. But to us, it seems to make sense to, you know, keep on top of those figures that Tom's giving you. And when you make your recommendation, take those accounts down to zero, and keep as much money in your undesignated fund for any type of project that comes in. But if that makes sense to you or not. All right. So, how do projects happen? Typically, this is the process that every community sets up. That's a top-to-bottom rehab with a bond. Provincetown Town Hall, you all see that when you get off the ferry. If you've been to Provincetown, it was beautiful. People submit applications, so in addition to writing your plan, you're going to have to come up with an application. You're going to have to come up with criteria for, evaluating projects and your procedures and your timelines. There's a lot of work to do to get ready to accept projects. It'll take a while. You process those applications, you review them, you debate them, you have the applicants in to talk about it, you get input, you make your recommendations, and then the town council will vote. Now, one recommendation I can give you on applications, and we have samples of applications on the same page, we have samples of community preservation plans. The state-of-the-art in CPA applications is what we call the two-step process, where the first thing you ask for from applicants is a very simple one-page description of the project, where anyone can, who wants to do something can describe it to you, and then the CPC works to make sure that there's a box for it on the allowable uses chart. So all you're determining, not if it's a good idea, you don't care how much it is at that point, is it eligible for funding? Because what you don't want to have someone do is spend a ton of time. These applications, some of them are very complicated. It's a lot of time consuming. They get letters of recommendation. They're going to talk to the Parks Department. They're doing a lot of work. And they do all that work and they hand it in, and the first thing you do is look at them and say, oh, we can't fund this. People get upset. They call their city councilor. Then the political pressure starts being applied. It gets ugly real fast. So we recommend that you use this two-step process. And, you spend a short period of time, maybe 2 meetings a month, evaluating these. A lot of them will be very obvious. Yes, let's invite that person to apply. It's obviously eligible. No, this is obviously not eligible. No, we cannot, build market rate housing. Sorry, Mr. Developer. It's not what CPA is for. And then others are not so obvious, and you're going to need some help on. You're certainly invited to call us. We are not lawyers. We don't give legal advice, but I may have something from DOR in my drawer, or I may have in my drawer. I'm from Connecticut, and I was taught that word is spelled D-R-A-W, and I thought until I was 45 that word was D-R-A-W, until I married my wife. I wasn't 45. And she said, what did you just call that? And I said, I called it a drawer. And she goes, a drawer? She said, it's a drawer. And I said, what? I said, it does not have an ER on it. And we went to the dictionary, and all my life I've been calling it a drawer. Yes.
You must be from the northern city part.
Anyways, so what was I talking about? Sorry, it's getting late. Oh yeah, I might have a piece of paper from DOR that will really help you. There's also been 5 or 6 bulletins from DOR that are ancient now. They're 20 years old, but they have great information on them. Scattered throughout that 20-year-old bulletin is great stuff, and also scattered throughout are pieces that have been amended out of the law, and DOR has never updated any of them, but I might be able to help you and say, hey, the answer to that is in IGR 207, and that doesn't cost you anything. But you're also going to have to take some to I might say to you, you're going to have to talk to your town council about that. That's an application from a religious building. There was a lawsuit about that in Acton. You should take that to your town council. Or you might just, you might want a legal opinion, so don't stop here. I can't give you that. You might go right to your town council. So if there's any questions, town council is the final arbiter of those things. And you can charge that to your administrative account if you're asking the question.
Town council, you mean the attorney or the legislative?
Yes, SEL as opposed to CIL, right. And you'll need to find out what the town procedure is for access to town council. Most communities, and I believe Watertown is one of them, every board and committee just can't go willy-nilly running up a big bill with town council. Now, you're in a great shape because you have your own budget for that, and most folks don't. They're trying to access the town legal budget. But still, you will not have, an open line where you can just pick up and ask questions all the time. So there'll be a procedure to get those questions funneled and approved to go to town council. And, you won't be doing that every day because it does get expensive. And, there's a lot of times, there's plenty of places to get those answers. You can even call DOR too. There is a small legal team there that answers questions. Good luck. And they don't do written opinions anymore either. They used to send emails out to confirm stuff or letters, and they don't do that anymore. They're so overworked and understaffed. All right, we're just about there. Once those recommendations get from you to the legislative body, they have a few less options than normal. Because it requires your recommendation, one of the basic tenets of CPA, you guys have to recommend the project before the city council can vote on it. They can approve your recommendation, they can reject it, they can approve it but reduce the amount, or they can reject it but order the money sent to the reserve account. I never see that done. I think that comes from the days when communities, instead of putting the 10% money in the reserve account right at the beginning of the year, they would just use projects to fulfill the 10%. So remember, the rule is spend or reserve. So they would send the city council and they'd say, hey, we have a rec projects, a historic project, and a housing project that are each more than 10% of our revenue. So we fulfilled our requirement. But what happens if the city council rejects that project? Right? If that was supposed to be your 10% for that year, now you're out of compliance. I think that rule was put in there for that purpose, so that if you send them a housing project, you hadn't put 10% in your reserve account for housing, that project was going to be your 10%, and they reject it, they could put it in the reserve account instead. But I put it on there because DOR puts it on their list of things the council can do, but I just don't see it used. So what they can't do is completely, or make any major substantive changes to your recommendation, because then it's not your recommendation anymore. So, if you send them a recommendation for a project for, up to 20 units of housing at 80% of area-wide median income on Meade Street, they can't, change that to 50 units. At 100% of area-wide median income, or pick another lot in town where they want it built, because then it's not your recommendation anymore. Yes, they can't make that change, but they are the final approval process, so what they would do is they would get back to you and say, we're not going to approve this the way it is. If you can make the changes we request, send it back to us and we'll approve that. So, in the end, the council is the final decision maker. But they still cannot vote on something unless it is your recommendation. So on the other side, you can't spend any CBA money on projects. You don't have any authority to do that. All you can do is make recommendations to the council. So there's a nice checks and balances there. We'll quickly roll through these, and I think we've covered most of these. We talked about supplanting, the idea of money from the CPA somehow flowing into the town account or supplanting other town spending, no maintenance or operating expenses. Recreation in CPA is all outside. It's all about outdoor land. Recreation is actually a subset of open space in the definitions in Section 2. So it says actually no structures, stadiums, or similar, no buildings, structures, stadiums, or things like that. So it's parks, playgrounds, athletic fields, trails, community gardens. It's all outdoor. You can have little structures, anything that typically is in a park, like a gazebo or benches or, monuments, even a little storage shed on an athletic complex or bathrooms at an athletic field. Those are fine. But Newton asked about bathrooms with a multi-purpose room and a changing room and a kitchen. Not a changing room would be fine. And a kitchen, and DOR said no. It has to be reasonably necessary to support the outdoor use. So bathrooms support the outdoor use. The shed supports the outdoor use. But if it's a kitchen, multi-purpose room, that's recreation happening inside, and that you can't do with CPA. So. And we just talked about that, too, that you can't have projects voted at the legislative body unless you've done a recommendation. That top line on the allowable uses chart, the acquisition line, whenever you buy something with CPA funds, it must be permanently restricted to that category. CPA is a restricted funding source. It only has 4 categories. It's not unrestricted like the general budget. So therefore, the things you use it on have to be restricted to CPA uses forever. So if you buy a piece of land and you're going to put a park on it, it's got to stay recreation land forever. You buy a piece of land that you're going to build affordable housing on, those affordable units have to have a deed restriction on them as affordable forever. Same thing goes in all 4 categories. You buy a historic building, which is not that common. Usually you fix up historic buildings that you already own or someone owns, but if you do buy a historic building, you have to put a historic preservation restriction on it. And the restriction and the asset cannot be owned by the same organization. So if you buy a piece of land and it's going to be your park and the city's going to own the park, someone else has to hold the restriction because basically they're monitoring and enforcing the city's compliance with the terms of the conservation restriction. So it would be a land trust or a friends group, a 501c3 park group. The state holds restrictions on municipal land, something like that. A land trust on open space, the historic society on a historic building, something like that. It can go the other way too. It doesn't happen as often, but sometimes a land trust will own the open space and the town will own the restriction, and they'll monitor the land trust. So it can go both ways. Yeah, Jonathan.
So for the third party, if the third party wants funding to support its enforcement of the restriction, inspection, manually, whatever, is that a legitimate CPA expense?
Yeah, it wasn't, but that was one of those package of changes in 2012. We got a lot of requests from communities that most organizations, because there's a responsibility to take a restriction, there's very rarely enforcement, but there might have to be, but there's certainly monitoring costs. You have to go, if it's a piece of open space, you got to go walk the land every year and make sure that someone didn't build their garage on that piece of land, or someone didn't dump on that piece of land, and you might have to take some action. So, a land trust has some exposure if they're going to accept that restriction on a piece of town land, and so the law was amended to allow you to include in the project budget a one-time payment to the land trust for an endowment for them to hold that restriction. And most organizations want that because there's some exposure there for them. So, and that can be part of the project budget. So when you're recommending an acquisition of a piece of land or a building, the cost to buy that asset, let's say it's $1 million, your recommendation to the council is going to be for $1,050,000, let's say. $1 million for the acquisition costs and $50,000 for all legal costs, closing costs, the drafting of the conservation restriction, and an endowment for a third party to hold the restriction. So you always want to add, and your municipal officials can help you figure out what those additional costs will be. But if you don't do that, where's the town going to get the money for the legal expenses to do the paperwork on that deed and to write the conservation restriction? You shouldn't be, the town can't take their expenses out of your expense account, but you shouldn't be costing them any money either. So you would want to estimate all the costs associated with a project like that and add those into your request to the city council.
I presume sometimes those costs are forgotten about in some fashion. The next year, the CPC committee is reminded they should have done that, and they just put another proposal forward to do that.
Can't do that. No, that would be supplanting. So if the project hadn't been completed yet and the town was holding up doing the project because they didn't have the funds to do whatever it was, that would be fine. But if the town had gone ahead and spent its own money, remember, supplanting, you can't have any money flow from CPA back into the town budget. That would be supplanting. So we get this question a lot. Usually it's a different situation. I don't get that one, but usually sometimes you don't get this in a city that much because you can go to the council, sometimes off cycle, if it's something emergency comes up. In a town, they only have town meeting once or twice a year. And a lot of times we get something comes up in the middle of the winter and it's an emergency and there's no town meeting and they want to know, can the town go ahead and do the project and then bring it to town meeting in the spring and appropriate the CPA money to reimburse the town? Can't do it because that's supplanting. So, and so same situation, different, same answer, different situation. All right, and this is the last slide. So I talked this afternoon that I usually bring a little soapbox to go up on for my last comment, but this is sort of the overall theme of CPA. And in 12 years of doing this and working with 175 communities, we see all sorts of CPA programs. And there are some communities that are just absolutely hitting the ball out of the park. I mean, just, amazing projects, great teamwork, really minimal amount of controversy or butting heads. They just, really do a fantastic job. Somerville is an example, Northampton, Newburyport. There are just some towns that are just really good at this. And then there are other towns and cities that shall remain nameless that just can't seem to get it together. There's just always things getting in the way, static getting in the way of getting things done. And in those communities, it's usually this problem that I see. CPA is really designed to be the opposite of a municipality's regular budget. The Watertown town budget is really predominantly a top-down affair. There's not too much that the average citizen can do to affect in a great way the town budget. It's, it's the municipal officials, town manager, city council, finance committee, and then it, flows down to be spent. There's not a lot that ordinary folks can do. CPA is designed to be exact opposite. Remember, it was a voluntary tax increase that a majority of the voters went into the voting booth and voted for. If that warrant article or ballot text was worded to say 2% for whatever the town wants to spend it on, there's no way that would have passed. People are willing to raise their taxes if they know what's going to be spent for, particularly on these quality of life issues like these four. That's why CPA wins so much, because these are really important to people, these quality of life issues, and they know where their money's going to go. And there's a trust that, is an implicit trust when they voted for this, that it's going to be used for those things. And that they'll have a chance to impact that. It's not called the Community Preservation Act for nothing. And so it's really designed to be a bottoms-up approach. Anyone who has ideas on how to make Watertown a better place, it's a time to think big, to dream, to do great things for the community, and they should all be encouraged to come and bring their ideas to the CPC and help make things happen. And then the ideas flow up to the city council. They both end up at the same place. The city council are your elected officials that you elected to make these final decisions. But the process by getting there, CPA is designed to do it exactly the opposite. It's a grassroots community program that flows up to the city council. Where I see programs go south is when there's a feeling on the part of the people in the municipality or the people in town or whoever that this should be part of this, that this is just a tool to supplement the regular city budget. It's just a way to, every municipal budget is under tremendous pressure. And, there's just always going to be, a pressure to offload expenses on something else. And in some communities, that pressure is really great. And when it takes away from this feeling to CPA is where communities really get in trouble. And we've had communities that have had revocation put on the ballot. It has not passed anywhere, but it has gone on the ballot in 3. And we've had 8 communities who've actually reduced their surcharge. So, what the taxpayers giveth, the taxpayers can taketh away. It's just, what you create in this program is going to be completely up to you. There is no CPA police. There's certainly not us, and not the state either. It's a local program. But it looks very different in every community. So it's all up to you folks. So we'll be there to help you in any way we can, and we'll be rooting for you too. So any other questions that folks had? Yeah.
So you mentioned there's workshops and trainings that you offer. Do you offer more trainings on how to help us get up to speed, or how to work together collaboratively, or how to review an application, like Susan mentioned? Do you offer those kind of things?
Nothing formal. This is the only formal training that we do. There's a lot of resources on the website, and I'm here to take calls at any time. The one formal thing that I do like to do with communities is when you have narrowed down, when you get your project applications and you've like stage 2, when you filtered out the ones you're sure that don't qualify. I'm happy to really dig in on all the applications and really step through the allowable uses chart and figure out, how to determine whether they are acceptable or not. And then also, the other thing about the 2-step process is not only do you determine what's allowable, but then it gives you an opportunity to tell the applicant what you want to see in the final application. So, boy, this is a park thing. We're going to need to see a detailed budget. There's been some confusion about who owns that asset. We want to see the deed, whatever it is that you want to see. When you say, yes, this is okay, apply, it gives you an opportunity to tell them what you want to see, and I can, help you figure out, yes, that works. Here's the things you're going to want to see, and here's the pitfalls that might come from your first round of projects. So that we do usually, in a long session. So those are the resources we have for you. Yeah.
This might have been like those 12 slides you just kind of breezed through at the end. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit.
I never get to those slides. Those slides are just project examples from other communities, just to sort of whet your appetite and get you inspired. But usually the questions, take us. I should probably start. If I told people it's really a 3-hour training, people would not want to come. So I tell them it's a 2-hour training, but it never is, because the questions go beyond. And I don't think I've ever gotten to that piece. I keep it in there just in case. Some people have been so into it they want to stay for the beginning of the 4th hour, and they want me to go through those project examples. And
I'd love to. So
I'm happy to do it.
No, the brief one would be like, what would you say is the most successful or memorable project that you've seen done with CPA funds?
There's been 11,000 projects now at this point.
You have like a top 3 or anything?
Oh, gosh. There's a project in Wayland. See, now you're going to, do you have 5 minutes? You want me to give you the express? I've done it in 5 minutes before. All right, okay. I have really done it in 5 minutes.
I think I recognize one I worked on. I'm curious if it's in there.
And I hope the projects are in here. Okay, obviously fixing up historic municipal buildings are really a key part of CPA. This is the biggest CPA project ever. This is a top-to-bottom restoration of Needham Town Hall. It was $15 million. This is one of my top projects, not because it was just so extensive, but they had a space problem, and they had, like a lot of town halls, the beautiful room upstairs, where town meeting used to happen, the spectacular ballroom that had a drop ceiling put in and been cut up into offices like 30 years ago. And the CPC said, we'll pay to restore this building, but we're bringing that room back to its former glory. And we're going to have an arts, we're going to use it for arts performances. We're going to bring back, downtown needs some help. We're going to have, theater shows there, and we're going to use it for town meeting again, and we're going to turn this into a destination for our downtown, which needs some help. And the municipal officials are like, well, we got 22 people that work in there now. Where are they going to be? And so what they decided to do was design an addition on the building out back, which the city paid for with a regular bond, because CPA can't pay for new construction. And they put the things that were in that room, and they restored it, and it is spectacular. The state just had its budget hearing in that room, where the State Ways and Means Committee went down to Needham and had one of their 9 budget hearings in that room. It was really cool that they were in that room that had been restored by CPA. It's spectacular. This is one of those types of rooms, actually, up in Dracut. That's Gloucester City Hall. That building was in such bad shape, whenever the wind blew above 35 knots, they had to evacuate the building because that steeple was in danger of collapsing. Honest to goodness. The first thing they did was the CPC, they passed CPA with the idea of doing that building, and the first thing the CPC did was had a really hard discussion of what percentage of our total amount of money do we want to commit to restoring this building. And they were comfortable with half of their money. And so they figured out that if they took half of their money, that it would support a debt service of about $3 million over whatever the term was. And that was enough to do the entire exterior of the building. Windows, siding, the structural, everything. And they're just about done with that bond, and then they'll move inside. But it's a spectacular building that was built for the fishermen. When you make that final turn for the harbor, into the harbor, you look up on the hill, and there's Gloucester City Hall. It's spectacular. Taking historic buildings that are not used anymore and turning them into something great is a fabulous use of CPA funds. That's in a surplus library in Cohasset. That's affordable housing. Chelmsford has not 1, not 2, but 3 town halls, 2 beautiful historic ones. The actual town hall is now in an old school. So these 2 beautiful wood frame town halls, they all at once hired 1 contractor and did top to bottom rehabs on both buildings at the exact same time. Really cost efficient. One of them is an art center, and one of them is a community meeting space. And it was so spectacular, we had our conference in 2012 in their center town hall. That's an old shoe factory in Middleborough that is now affordable housing done by a community development corporation out of East Boston called NOAA. You will find that you're doing things that the city and town has never done before, including making grants to nonprofits, which is not something typically done, but it's a big part of CPA. Not every community does it, but most do. We have one community that doesn't spend any CPA money on town assets. They only give grants to nonprofits. I was stunned when I found that out. The town manager said, "Yes, we are not pigs at our own trough," is what he said to me. So that's it's Williamstown. But this is a big part of CPA program. There is a right way and a wrong way to do this. So there has to be protection of the public investment in a private asset like this. So there's always usually restrictions involved. But this is, oh my gosh, in Weymouth, Abigail Adams, the birthplace of Abigail Adams. It's the Abigail Adams house. It was in such disrepair, it had graffiti all in front of it. It's owned by the Abigail Adams Society. And now you can see what it looks like. The Academy of Music, right on the main drag in Northampton. Beautiful facade on their main music concert hall, completely facade redone by CPA funding. That's a cool project in Westfield. Westfield is called the Whip City. At one point, there were 9 factories that made horse and buggy whips in Westfield. That's why it's called the Whip City. There is still one left. That's it, believe it or not. And that company applied for CPA funds to restore the building and turn it into a museum of the history of the Whip City and whip manufacturing in Westfield. And so it's a terrific, really unusual CPA project, and you can see that building is just about to undergo rehab work. Documents and artifacts, like I said, were one of the 9 amendments to CPA. They were added in 2006. That's actually our former Boxford town clerk, Pat Shields. I love her little white gloves there, so she's showing off the beautiful historic documents that were restored with CPA funds. And this is the typical situation of a lot of these beautiful documents from the 1700s and even earlier in some cases. And CPA funds can now deacidify the paper and stitch them and encase them in Mylar and protect them. We've actually had 3 copies of the Declaration of Independence preserved with CPA funds. When the copies were sent out to communities, they had to be ratified in town meeting, and the town clerks would then copy the text. You know, they got a printed copy, but they would copy the text by hand into the town meeting minutes to be ratified by the town meeting, and that itself became a beautiful historic document of the town clerk, you know, in Mendon in 1776, you know, writing out by hand in the town meeting minutes the Declaration of Independence and the vote in Mendon, and they found that all moldy in the basement of Town Hall and restored that. We've had unbelievable artifacts. Sharon bought a fire engine from the 30s that had been used in Sharon. It had ended up in a private collection in Canada, and they bought it back, restored it, and now it like leads all the parades in Sharon. Concord bought a musket from a private collection that was used in the Battle of the Concord Green, and they bought that and restored it and put it on display in the library. So you can have some fun with documents and artifacts and really dig into your history. Playgrounds, the playground have exploded obviously since 2012. Randolph had no playgrounds at any of its schools. They had 4 elementary schools, never had a playground at their schools. One summer with CPA funds, when the kids left, there were no playgrounds. When they came back in September, all 4 elementary schools had playgrounds. All were built at the same time over the summer with CPA funds. Splash parks, that's Bedford, has a splash park. Needham has an unbelievable, I was just there a couple weeks ago with their CPC, an unbelievable pool that cantilevers out over a lake. It's just unbelievable. That's what's been done. Top to bottom rehabs of parks and athletic fields. I love this story from Bridgewater. This is Marilee Hunt. She was a chair of the CPC in Bridgewater for a long time, and now she's the town clerk, actually. If any of you have political aspirations, we've had so many CPC chairs that have become selectmen and town councilors and town clerks. It's, you know, it's incredible. So it's a good high visibility position. Marilee is unbelievable, and they had softball fields in town, and the boys had a great baseball field, but the girls did not have their own field. And so when they wanted to play, you know, they got the, 7:30 mosquito-infested time, right at dusk. And they had to be shuttled around from field to field, and Marilee was not going to have that. And she made it her personal mission and put the heavy hand on the rest of her CPC that we were going to build a girls' softball field. And this is the girls' softball field in Bridgewater. That is a tremendous field, and it's much nicer than the boys' field. And guess who gets first priority on the girls' softball field now because of Marilee? Rail trails, hiking trails, bike trails, all very good with CPA as long as it's on dedicated recreation land. Don't try to do sidewalks along the right-of-way. That was Norwell's mistake, and they got sued for that, and they lost. Sidewalks are a transportation asset. They're designed to get people from point A to point B. They're within the dedicated road right away. An ancillary benefit is, yes, people do exercise on them or, recreate on them, but they are primarily a transportation asset, and they're not eligible for CPA funding. So that was one of the few cases that have gone to the courts, but we've had some. We even had one that went to the Supreme Judicial Court, actually. Parks, complete rehab of parks, little pocket parks. I mean, this was just a dilapidated connection between two main streets in Barnstable that they just turned into a great little pocket park. I love this one. This is in Weymouth. This is called Herring Run Park. This was actually a dilapidated DPW garage. It was just completely a mess. You couldn't even see the river was back there, the Herring River. And so they used CPA money to rip down the garage, So if you're going to create open space, and this is something that urban communities can do to create open space, you can use CPA money to remove a structure because you are creating open space. If you're going to use that land underneath it afterwards for a park or a playground or an athletic field, you're creating open space by tearing down that building. You can use CPA money to do it. So they tore down the garage with CPA funds, and then they built the park, and this is where everyone stands whenever the herring run. I don't know if they run in the spring or the fall. When do herring run? Whenever they run, that's where they do the herring count now, standing on that little, that's why they built that little cantilevered walk there where people can count the herring as they come up the river. Lots of community gardens have been done with CPA funds. Newton has a terrific farm, Angino Farm, which is a little different than a community garden. It's a CSA, actually, a community-supported agriculture farm. In the affordable housing category, you can go up to 100% with CPA funds. So you can spend CPA funds on affordable housing units that are occupied by people up to 100%. And the income levels in Watertown are much higher than you'd think, because even folks in those income levels, prices are pretty expensive in the inner core of Metro Boston. It's expensive to buy housing. And so you can go up to that level if the CPC decides they want to fund projects at the 100% level. Most communities keep it under 80 because then it counts on your state inventory of affordable housing if you keep it under 80%. But we do have some communities that go up to 100% on their projects. We also have a big problem with expiring units in Massachusetts. A lot of the affordable restrictions that were put on affordable buildings a long time ago were not permanent. They were 30-year deed restrictions. So every year we're struggling to create more affordable housing in Massachusetts, but we're losing 2,000-3,000 units when they reach the 30-year threshold, which is kind of an unknown little problem with housing. And we're starting to see CPA money used to re-buy down the restrictions with the modern deed restrictions when they reach that 30-year level. So Amherst used $1.25 million to keep 300 units affordable, or else the developer was going to turn them into market rate units and everyone was going to have to leave. So terrific use of CPA funds. Specialty housing. We've had a lot of towns do different veterans housing. This, you have to follow the fair housing laws, which get really complicated. So you're going to need help when you do housing projects. You need the housing professionals, and usually housing for a subset like that has to come with services. You can't pay for the services, but you find social service agencies that provide services for these veterans, but you can build the housing for that. Adaptive reuse. Actually, this is that shoe factory in Middleborough again. This is a great project in North Andover. They had a closed nursing home that was right in the center of town. It had been closed for 2 years, and they put CPA money into that and convinced the developer to buy it and turn it into housing with the initial infusion of CPA money. That's the Ames Shovel Factory in Easton. Anyone ever bought a shovel at Home Depot? The big brand is Ames. They're made in China now, but they used to be made in Easton around the turn of the century. Every shovel in America was made in every shovel in the world was made in Easton at the shovel shop in Easton, Ames Shovel Factory. That's what made the Ames family rich, and if you go down to Easton, everything is Ames, A-M-E-S. That shovel factory was in danger of being torn down. And the developer actually bought it and was going to tear it all down and build housing there, and the town was really upset, and they put in $8 million of CPA money and convinced another developer with the $8 million subsidy to buy it from the first developer, and the second developer promised to develop the housing but keep the buildings and restore the buildings, which is what the town wanted. So you're able actually to really control your destiny when you have, a pocketbook, when you have a funding source that can work with developers to do things the way you want to do them, as opposed to just being at the mercy of developers to do projects. What's best for them, you want them to do what's best for you, and now you have a funding source to help make that happen. We give this project an award. This is an old paint factory in Lexington. It's actually a historic building, very simple one. And a nonprofit called Supportive Living Incorporated, SLI, turned that into 9 units of housing for folks with brain injuries. And they provide services, obviously, for that. That was so successful, they replicated that in Rockport, and the CPC gave them $2 million to buy a closed inn, one of these, seaside inns, and they turned that into units for people with brain injuries in Rockport. So a terrific nonprofit called Supportive Living Incorporated that's done these housings. We've had, 50, 60 projects with Habitats for Humanity chapters all over Massachusetts. They are the most efficient builder of affordable housing in the world because they use a lot of donated goods and donated labor. This is the technical school up in Lincoln, building an affordable housing unit that was funded by CPA. And that's it. That's a project on Martha's Vineyard with the CDC there on the left is Philippe Jordy, who runs the Community Development Corporation out there. And I was touring that project a while back, and these are affordable units. And this builder, Farley, the guy on the right, builds them so energy efficient. When I walked in, he builds a wall, right, an outside wall, and fills it with insulation. And then he has a space, and he builds an inside wall. So it's like 2 walls. It's like a building within a building. And the building is so efficient. You know those little Mr. Slims, those little white units the heat pump units that go on the top of the, when you don't have ductwork? One heat pump unit does the heating and cooling for the entire house. It's unbelievable because they're going to be affordable units, so you want the operating costs to be really low. And these folks on Martha's Vineyard are just terrific at building these sort of things. And probably my favorite project of all time, which is not pictured here, and I'm going to have to fix that, is in Weston. It was a purchase that the town made. They bought an old Nike missile site from the Cold War from the General Services Administration. And this was a fenced-off site that still had the guard shacks and the missile silos in the ground and all the fencing and buildings and stuff. And they bought it for $400,000 with CPA funds. They used CPA funds to remediate the whole land, fill in the missile silos, tear down the guard shacks, including a hazardous waste project to drain the hydraulic fluid which was left in the missile silos. You know how they brought up the Nike missiles to the surface, like you see in all the movies? They had a hydraulic elevator, and when they closed the thing, they just left the hydraulic fluid in the elevator, and it drained into the ground, and it became CPA's problem to clean it up. And they turned 8 of the 10 acres into hiking trails. And then on the last 2 acres, they built 17 units of 100% affordable housing. They had an amazing developer there, and the people on the street were really against it because it's a residential neighborhood. And he worked so closely with them, and then through this big barbecue where all the people on the street could meet all the people who had moved in, and they had completely turned around on this project. And the town not only bought the land and remediated the land, and they put another $600,000 in to make the exteriors of these houses look terrific because the people on the street wanted them to look good. And this developer was so fabulous. He thought of everything. He said, look, we're 200 yards from the river. These people are going to want kayaks. I'm going to build storage sheds so there's not junk lying all around. And he measured how big his kayak was, and he built the storage shed so they could fit kayaks. And then he went around with his video camera, and as all the contractors installed, and after they installed the the heating, and they have solar panels on the ceiling, of course. And after they installed the heating unit and the electric unit or whatever, he went around and had each contractor explain how to use the solar system and how to use, what was in the electric panel. And he made videos, and he gave every homeowner, as they moved in, a video of how to work all the systems in their house. So that's my favorite project of all time in Weston, because it marries recreation with housing, and it was just a hugely successful project, so.
Who was that one?
It was Oxbow Partners. The address was 89 Oxbow Street, so.
Yeah, I know this project. It's actually in Wayland.
Wayland, I'm sorry, I said Weston. Yeah, it's in Wayland. 89 Oxbow in Wayland. You can Google it. There's a website called 89 Oxbow, and we have a success story on our website. But Peter Smith and Kevin, I forgot Kevin's last name, were the two developers that did this. And they've done other projects since, and they're just, they get it. So, all right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's a long night. But.
It's more than 5 minutes. That was pretty good. We put in on reviewing.